out. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in the sea of my doubts, in the sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in the sea of my doubts, in the sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in the sea of my doubts, in the sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words
this is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. My time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time, my time, my time. What I wanna do with my time.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe
thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more.
This is the final the chess world was hoping for. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. The two defining figures of their generation. And on the line here in Paris, the Freestyle Grand Slam title and a $200,000 first prize. Both Magnus and Hikaru secured their place in the final today by winning their semi-final matches in the second classical game. For Magnus, it was trademark Carlsen. Against Fabiano Caruana, he turned a balanced position into a grind, slowly built the pressure, and when Fabi missed his best chance to free himself, Magnus took over completely.
So little time to make successive moves after that. I mean, already this is a one-move kind of situation, but even still, at most, you're gaining 30 seconds. Drops the knight back.
Whoa. Wasn't on my radar. It just looks wrong. It feels wrong. Retreating.
Calm, clinical, and eventually unstoppable, Carlsen wins the match. Over on the other board, Hikaru Nakamura faced early pressure from Vincent Keymer. Vincent had his chances, but let them slip, and Hikaru didn't hesitate. In time trouble, the young German allowed a fatal queen trade, and his counterplay was gone. Hikaru took control and converted precisely to join Magnus at the final table. The third place match is a rematch of the Wiesenhaus final, Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, in the fifth place bracket, we saw two tense tiebreaks.
He does bring his
Wow, just in time.
Whoa, brilliant move there from Arjun Erigaisi. It's more just to paralyze the black army. Suddenly the black bishop can't really get out, meaning the black queen can't get out. This rook a bit paralyzed, meaning black can't castle. What a move.
Arjun Erigaisi defeated Nepomniachtchi in both classical and rapid chess today to advance to the fifth place match. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov in their second classical game to force tiebreaks, and then completed the comeback in rapid to move on. That means on Sunday, it's Arjun versus MDL for fifth place, and Nepo versus Nodirbek for seventh. But tomorrow, all eyes are on the final. Carlsen versus Nakamura, $200,000 for the winner. Freestyle chess at its absolute best. Stay tuned.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are right now. We are here in Paris, and we are just about to starting the super finals, the final part of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It is an amazing journey we've been through in the previous days, and today, finals will be commentated by me. I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and alongside me, the Super Grandmaster Peter Leko. Welcome. I'm looking forward to today's excitement. What are you expecting from the finals today? What is going to be the psychology of the players? The world number 1 and 2 is playing.
Yes, welcome everyone. Judith, it's a big day. It's a big day. It's the day of the El Clasico, as they call it. I already called Fabi Magnus El Clasico as well, but yeah, Hikaru and Magnus is the official El Clasico and world number 1, world number 2. And also, as Hikaru mentioned in one of his interviews, let's not forget, the last official world championship in 2022 in Reykjavik was won by whom? Hikaru Nakamura. So he's kind of the reigning freestyle world champion. And Magnus, this match will be epic.
Yes, this is exactly what we are looking forward. And the other Grandmaster here with us, who is helping us out all the time, Nicholas Hischenberg. Welcome. I want to ask you, what do you think Magnus will be playing with the white pieces in the finals versus Hikaru? Is the opening setup, the position, which position will be drawn out of the 959 possible? Is it going to be a big influence? What is the starting position?
Thank you, Judith, and also from me, warm welcome to the finals. What a day, Nakamura versus Carlsen. And yes, I believe the starting position will have a great influence. I was just in the car on the way here to a playing venue with Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi and Caruana and Arjun, and they were discussing, and they were saying, you know, in Clasico especially, Caruana was saying he feels a lot of pressure with the black pieces, and the results have shown it as well. Yesterday, we had 5 decisive games, and 4 of them were won by the player with the white pieces. So the starting position can have a great impact because on the one hand, you could have a position where white is already better or maybe even clearly better. On the other hand, you could have a position which is fairly equal and maybe more solid. So it will be very interesting to see what kind of starting position we will get and what Magnus can do with the white color, because especially with white in the freestyle chess format, he is, of course, very dangerous. He won his game against Fabiano yesterday. He won with white against Nodirbek. So Nakamura definitely has to watch out today.
Well, it's interesting what you're saying, that it does have a big influence what is the starting position, because in freestyle we think that it's going to be a shuffle of pieces, how it will turn out to be. It does not have necessarily such a big influence, the outcome of the game. At the same time, as you mentioned, indeed yesterday it was a very special day because there were 5 decisive games and 4 of them which won the white pieces, and actually it was the first few moves, it was exactly the same. So the players are getting familiar with the strategies and with this game. So it is very interesting to see really what we are going to be witnessing in game number 1 in the freestyle final part of this journey. Let's see the format of the event. So our viewers also in the picture, getting the right picture of it, what is the time control, how we are doing. In the first phase, in the round-robin phase, the qualification part, they were playing 10 minutes and 10 seconds, while already in the knockout phase of the event, they go to the classical portion of the event, 90 minutes for the whole game, and from move 1, they receive 30 seconds per move, which means that sometimes we end up only having 30 seconds per move. That's what they live on, and the excitement is accelerating even there. So let's see how the freestyle event series, what is the overview of that, because this event of the Grand Slam is only the second part. The first one was won by Vincent, who got eliminated yesterday in a very big match with Hikaru. And in the future upcoming events going to be in the US, in Las Vegas, very exciting in July, in September, most likely in India and South Africa. So the 5 event will be quite amazing to see how the players are investing all these information and experience into the next event. And today what we are going to see in the final, do you think, Peter, that we're going to see Magnus playing with white in an aggressive style, or he's going to be very careful, he doesn't know? They have a huge past history with Hikaru. They are basically the same age, same generation. They played there for decades already. So what do you think, what the mindset is for Magnus specifically, let's say?
Well, I think that in general they have tremendous respect for each other. That's absolutely clear. But when it comes to the game, I think Magnus is very good at putting all this aside. He focuses on the position. And it seems to me like he senses very nicely. Yesterday was a model game, yeah, and it was not just the game, but immediately we have seen the preparation where he instantly sensed that this c4, c5, b3, b6, d4 is the way to go. Yeah, and he played the model game. I'm pretty sure that that will give him a lot of confidence. Yeah, that he feels that, yes, I was a little bit shaky in the match against Nodirbek in the opening, but now I'm back to my true self. However, also Hikaru is gaining a lot of confidence because his play is getting stronger and stronger. Yesterday, I also went to Hikaru today at the breakfast, telling him that in my mind he played an old-school masterpiece yesterday against Vincent. Hikaru was quite happy, of course, about this game. He was the only player who won with black, and I feel that whenever I think about Hikaru, he likes to use counter chances. Yeah, he wants to be solid, But when he gets the chance to strike back, then he's super sharp. Magnus has to get total control in order not to allow Hikaru to get his counterplay going.
Yeah, I see that we also see, you see on the screen that Arjun and Keymer was the first two victims of Hikaru in the knockout phase of the game. I feel that Hikaru is very careful with his energy, how much energy he's spending on the games, on the classical game, already the qualification portion. You could see he expressed it and shared it that he had a very clear view. What is the road to the qualification? When to make a draw, when to sharpen things, right? Which not necessarily turned out to be the way he planned it, but he had his plan. He had his strategy, how he's going to be from step to step from the qualification and crossing the next step. And here we see Vincent with his father walking. He's not playing in the finals, which he wanted to, but he played against the most experienced, one of the most experienced. We see now Magnus. He's in a much better mood today, don't you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. No matter what happens, I'm ready for it. It's very nice. And yesterday there was this match, this amazing match between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I went to them, I apologized in our name that we couldn't do justice to their match because we had not enough time to cover it, and they were absolutely understandable. It's very nice to see all this sportsmanship.
Oh yeah, it's very nice to see the players are on the fresh air, talking to each other, chatting with each other, trying to lose themselves and breathe, and it's part of the preparation though for the players, just to chat around, give away the tension. We see here Nepomniachtchi also coming. He must be an upset player of this tournament because he did not plan it this way, right?
Exactly. After this fantastic round robin phase, crushing everyone, winning the event with Magnus together, and then getting knocked out by, we somehow sense, we know Nepo, if he wants to win the event, this is his main motivation. After getting knocked out, it's already psychologically more difficult.
But we are going to see an incredible matches still, even for places like Nepo playing with the Abdusattorov, incredible players. What kind of games, performances. Nodirbek was showing also Maxime Erigaisi. Erigaisi made what a move yesterday with Queen D8. And we see playing for the third place, Fabiano, who lost the match yesterday versus Magnus, and Vincent could not make it, and somehow Nakamura outplayed him. So the experience won over the youth, unexperienced player. And we see here the lower bracket where we see the players.
Yeah, Praggnanandhaa beating Rapport 1.5 half, so Prague secures the ninth place, and Gukesh and Vidit had been eliminated. They share 11th
place. Yes, indeed. So we are going to see 4 matches today, classical format, classical games. I'm very curious when before the game, when we know the draw, which position they are going to be playing, how does it going to be analyzed in those 10 minutes? Because it is very interesting to follow the mindset. It was very interesting to follow when there were a lot of people, and today also with how many people will join in one team, the players who play with the white side. And it's very interesting to see how Magnus will be influencing the others as well as he did yesterday, because somehow people tend to listen to his views and his guidance. Yesterday, Vincent was the exception of that, and maybe he regretted, maybe he doesn't, but it is very interesting to see the psychology of the preparation part of the matches, don't you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. For example, Hikaru revealed that d4, d5, b3 was the move order that he was most afraid of in the preparation before the game, and exactly that's what happened, and it was the only game where it happened. So and he was under pressure at the beginning. We also see the players cards, 94 for Magnus versus 91 Hikaru. We talked about it, and all these numbers, you can never exactly do justice to these brilliant players, because we know exactly, as you said, the experience. Both have this experience, and the question is like, how much under tremendous pressure, you are still able to show all these fantastic numbers. And I think this is also something very special for both of these players, that even under tremendous pressure, they always perform best.
Yes, and it's also interesting that I think for them, they both take it extremely seriously, like really almost like a World Championship match they would be playing. I mean, psychologically, I think they really both are so hungry to win this leg of the Grand Slam, isn't it? Like Magnus desperately wants to win this event. It's his event, his thought. He wants to play the freestyle. He wants to make transform the chess world and chess itself in a way to make it more interesting, exciting, curious for himself and for the big audience. And of course Hikaru, he thinks, okay, this is my moment. This is my moment to show that I'm more creative, I'm more resilient. I'm going to be showing that I'm at least as good as you, but I will be making the better decisions in crucial moments. So I think this clash, it started already, of course, before now that we are going to be seeing the draw of the position, and they are extremely focused. They know that this game is already a warm-up, but it's not only a warm-up. What is the psychology of a two-game match in this situation, you think, in a final?
Very tricky. Of course, it's a very short match, yeah. One single mistake can cause the match. Also, one bad drawing position. I mean, if you get a very unlucky starting position, then who knows how it can influence. I also would like to highlight one thing that we talked with tournament organizer yesterday night with Sebastian, that the two players haven't met for ages in over-the-board classical game, and this is now a classical portion. This dates back like, I don't know, 7 years or something. And this is very special. I was shocked. I see how Nicholas looks at me. Classical game over the board between two players, because online they played hundreds of, feeling-wise, millions of finals against each other in all these big events. But over the board, classical not. And I want to see all these delicate moments, these finesses, how they react, how the face expressions, the confessional booths, appearances by Magnus, the body language, everything, because there's so much at stake here.
Yeah, the confessional booth is a special spice to the event and a special treat for the commentators and for the audience to see the insights, what the players have in their mind before the game, during the game. What were their impressions about the position. Magnus is frequently visiting the confessional booth, while Hikaru, who is many times doing that in other events where he might share his opinions, then he's not active there. So I hope that at least in the final he will share his thoughts on the starting position, what he had in mind, what is his plans. Because yesterday he made a huge surprise in the game, which he could have told us, right? When he made all these bishop moves, he could tell us that,
watch out.
Actually, I'm playing these moves because I want to surprise Vincent, and he's not expecting. He thinks my king is weak, but I'm going to castle long. And he is not sharing his thoughts, which I'm complaining on that. So I do hope that today and tomorrow he will be sharing also. But now we are just about to see the draw. And let's see. Stage is yours.
Bonjour Paris. Welcome to the grand final of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris. I would like to welcome all of you here. What a journey it's been. 6 days full of wild position, bold moves, and the brilliant minds of the chess world fighting each other without a safety net.
And 2 more days where I'm sure brilliant chess play will be on display. Before we meet our finalists, let's take one last look at how we got here. Here are the highlights from day 6 here in Paris, France. Take a look.
Paris becomes the stage for a freestyle chess showdown
featuring epic semi-final clashes. Who will be the two players who make it to the finals? Vincent Keymer versus Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana, not at his sharpest, faced Magnus Carlsen, who maintained a slight edge for most of the game. As Caruana's clock ticked down, Carlsen seized his moment and secured the win. The clash between Vincent Keymer and Hikaru Nakamura stayed balanced for a long time, but in the end, it was Nakamura who gained the upper hand and booked his spot in the finals.
Vincent thought he was better, and then it's kind of gone, and it's like very hard. Like I did this yesterday where I thought I was better, I missed it, and then I kept trying to keep the game going. And I felt that Vincent did the same thing today, where he sort of lost a sense of danger, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win.
And then fifth place was under attack. Two tiebreaks followed after Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Arjun Erigaisi struck back in the classical format. Both matches went to the Rapid, with Erigaisi and MVL emerging victorious. They will now compete for fifth place. Just before the start of the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris, another Grandmaster made his appearance in the city, Levon Aronian.
I will play a couple of games, try to explain the game and try to teach people about the way the Grandmasters think about the game, so that's my goal.
The heart of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam begins to beat in the Blitz Society. The room is filled with good spirits and smiles.
We are so happy to have you here, and there is so much people today. My head is almost exploding.
It's not just the Blitz Society that's intense. The tension is high as we head into the finals. All eyes on Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we experienced mind-bending strategy, we experienced brutal blunders, and best of all, the most brilliant minds of the chess world. So, now it is time. I would like to introduce the finalist. He came in as a favorite, but nothing is guaranteed in freestyle chess. He survived all the positions we threw at him and prevailed. Amazing, and the absolute GOAT, I would like to welcome Magnus Carlsen on stage.
And what is a final without a challenger? To introduce his challenger, after a rough start in the round-robin stage, he came back when it mattered most. In the semifinal, he took down the Weisenhaus champion, and now he's going for the title of his own. From the United States, please welcome to the grand final stage, Hikaru Nakamura.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are our amazing finalists of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris. Two players, two minds, one board will fight for the title of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion in Paris. And now, all that stands between them is this match. We've seen them calculate under pressure, we've seen them improvise like artists and fight like warriors, and we hope to continue to see that. So, this is going to be all about pure chess instinct, and may the best player win.
Gentlemen, best of luck. You may take your seats. And as they take their seats, there is just one final step for us to take. That is, of course, the position lottery.
So, James, should we make a bet?
All week long, we've been predicting positions individually. How about we go odds or even?
Okay, I'll take even.
I'll take odds. What are we putting at stake?
I can choose a costume for you for Las Vegas to commentate in.
Then I get to do the same for you if I'm right.
Well, bet is on.
All righty, here we go. Best of luck to you.
Best of luck.
Position 103. Odd.
Okay, the position is set. No more guessing. This is what we're playing for the first round of the finals. Every decision matters, every move counts. Players, please deliberate. And as a birthday gift for a very special historical chess player, Garry Kasparov. I would very much like to extend as a birthday gift from Freestyle Chess a wild card for the Las Vegas Grand Slam. Thank you very much and good luck to all the players.
Okay. So. About b4?
B4, but then B6. I would assume it's either G3 or D4.
D5. No, we have this H3 problem.
What, G3, D5, B3? Or B4? Like?
Not allowed H3.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Can take knight. No, but if we take, I mean, knight f6, castle, g6, everything will come to place. I think we need.
And if we go G4 then?
I think we need to.
No D4?
I think c4 is very easy. Okay, I think b6 will probably happen anyway. Yeah, then we can go d4.
Okay, let's
prefer this to b4, b6, and then c5.
C5, what's the big difference?
Then potentially after 45. What? d45? No, I was talking about b4.
b4.
b6. If c5,
Even A6?
I'm not sure about such.
I think if we go for something like, I mean, I don't know, d4 we get too simple.
d4, d4?
Yeah, so if we go.
Oh, why not c4?
Okay, c4 and b6.
d4?
Yeah, then I'm wondering, like, okay, I will just put bishop b7, knight f6 castle, and how do we.
I thought for C4, C5, what's the big deal?
Okay, now we go g3.
G6.
Can we get some quick d4?
I mean, has to be, yeah. Oh, like this.
Maybe we can play like pure is kind of symmetrical. No?
Even.
We play for very little, right? We play for very little. But why? Can
Yeah,
we
why
knight f3 and we push d4?
Why not immediately d4?
Okay, take.
Take?
Ah, you want to go rook h4?
No, d1.
But I guess B6 after. Because you will have time to. B6 knight c3. Yeah.
I mean, do we need to give these tempo? What's the disadvantage of But what's the disadvantage of taking back with the knight on d4? But you can also go d4, check knight f3 if you really want to go first. Even if you think that d5 here, I don't believe.
Yeah, this could be a good way. And c4, b5. Knight f3. Knight f3 g4, yeah, it's not good.
I don't even think I would just mind taking.
I mean, b4 is the only, or b3, b4.
Oh, c4. C4.
Yeah, c4. I mean, c4 should be the most logical. Yeah.
Maybe e3, but e3 just looks so wrong.
E3, b6.
Because you always trade and play d5.
Yes. Okay,
okay, let's see.
or
Whatever.
b4, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say b3.
I want to play here. But here, so at g6.
Okay.
But now maybe like this is
Ah, you want? Okay, I see.
No,
Okay, okay, you want to play for d4.
No, I'm somewhat
That's
happy.
understood.
It's like every game starts c4, c5, b3, b6.
Yeah.
But okay, why can't achieve d? Oh, why can't play d4 here?
Right here, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, white can actually d4 and then queen d4, queen h4 could be unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this could be unpleasant, right?
So maybe the knight c6.
Learn from our mistakes yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes were made.
Yeah, I mean, why should I play g3, b6?
But wait, actually, why not this one? Because my queen could go out the other way. Like
That's true. That's true. I just want to go like bishop g4 and queen c8 or something.
Or bishop f5 is okay.
Yeah, bishop f5 is reasonable too.
Or knight of, I don't know, maybe knight of 6.
No, but I just want to finish development and slowly go e3, d4. I
Yeah, this feels a little
Like
bit.
with my bishop coming to g4, you're not really achieving e3 without some awkwardness at least.
Yeah.
That's true.
Okay, maybe I could have included this in. Let's just
Yeah,
get this
sure.
settled. Then castle.
Okay, sure. Let's say knight f3.
Maybe I should have not castle. Maybe e5?
Maybe e5, yeah.
e5 normally is very good when I already played bishop b2.
Yeah, no, this is a good structure.
Bishop goes to f5, queen c8, and bishop h3.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so maybe like eventually, like for white, maybe what's challenging?
I mean, basically the only difference is the queen and the rook on d1 and a1. Otherwise, it's normal
maybe
on the
this
line.
eventually like makes sense. King on f8.
Yeah.
And if you wanted b6 and d4, maybe
Can I play d6? Or, okay, you want to take? Just go.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm just.
like playing b3 or something.
But then sort of like give up on a
Yeah, you
center.
get the center, but
you're going
you
to
take
b5.
some time.
Okay, so should go like with b4, a5.
I mean,
can meet with a4 still. No,
I mean, can I play d5 here? I mean,
I get to
just
take.
because g3 doesn't ever concern me? Or maybe knight f6, but let's just say just
Knight
take.
c3.
Yeah, or d8. d1,
Yeah, no, sure.
g6. Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot about this. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about this.
Maybe
Knight c6?
Because knight on a5 is pretty stable.
Ah, so your h7 is not really hanging, yeah? And you're going 95 here.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it's double edged.
This,
But
and then if 95, then 95 here I can.
yeah, no, of
bother
course.
you.
Maybe we should go back here.
Yeah, this is probably too dangerous.
For that might be curious.
Okay, we don't have to take it.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's wrong with just
I
d6?
want to just d4.
Ah, so you want to play the same position?
No, I just wanted to, I don't know, like, because
Yeah.
3 knights to 6 I sort of
No,
like
no,
run
no,
out of ideas.
Takes.
Oh,
Maybe
take on
Oh,
d4.
take on d4. Ah.
On a g6 bishop.
Yeah, because now there's knight c6, yeah. Queen
Very
b2.
similar to this.
Queen h4,
Or
maybe,
d2,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
d2, bishop e2.
Yeah, but bishop e6.
Queen h4 maybe. But then I can castle also.
You can castle. But I mean,
But
even if I
you don't
just
care
play
about
like
it at all? I mean, I also
or
like this, but-
b4. Yeah, bishop f5 actually.
Yeah,
but
that's a
also you
bit
don't care about
artificial,
this,
yeah.
right? I don't know. I mean, it's a very
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, like queen h7, like knight f6 and then g6, yeah, castle.
Yeah, should be completely fine.
Fine.
No, I think this is
So see,
completely
before I
fine.
play d6, maybe this here I can get this like, at least here I get ready structure with the g5 here. So
yeah, this
Takes,
is playable for white. Like d3 or something.
d3, b6.
That's some slow roll.
It's very slow. But yeah, I think it's completely fine. Seems like just a
What's a bit
game.
boring?
Good luck to all the players. Please begin the games now.
And the finals just about to start. Players took their seats, and let's see what is the decision the players come to and how fast they are going to be making it. Peter, what are your first impressions on the position?
Exactly, it was very nice and interesting to follow, instructive as well, that the players were looking at this c4, c5 direction once again, very similar construction like yesterday. Of course, it's different. But we have even seen the gambit appear, like c4, c5, b4, an English turning into a banker gambit, Blumenfeld. What on earth is happening here, Judith?
Yes, and I see Magnus was jadubing the movements of a very classical way, which means that Magnus, I think, is putting himself very much into the zone of playing. They played tons of games already from childhood, later on, well, not a World Championship match, but really on the top tournaments they played in countless occasions. And when the players are making jadub, it's just the final touches, yes. Right? It's a routine. It's something that many of the players love to do before they make the first moves, to see all the pieces in the central of the squares. And Magnus takes his time. He takes his time, even though I think he was in favor of c4. But of course, he understands that he has to be very careful choosing his first move. He has to be very focused how to try to catch Nakamura. Somehow, the psychology of this game becomes very interesting, I think. That they know each other very well. They know which kind of position and style and decisions they are ready to make. So this is why Magnus is extremely careful, looking out, probably checking on other boards what have been played. Maybe the others played already, and we've seen Abdusattorov made the first brave move, c4.
Yeah, and Nepo blitzed out the answer, the reply c5. So basically from this angle, Magnus can be sure that this is probably Team Hikaru preparation as well. Yeah, they discussed together, so c4, c5, but the big question is what next? There was one interesting discussion there, that what happens if they kind of mirror each other for quite some time in this c4, c5 symmetrical position? And then there was this, I think Nepo was mentioning, yeah, but I'm afraid that if white will get e3, d4 in some symmetrical position, then it might be very unpleasant for black. And the players kind of agreed, yeah, that's the scare, and they were looking forward against some e3 to be able to play d6, e5 construction. Probably Nicholas will be able to highlight that later on when we go deeper into the positions, and nothing else moved. It's still only c4, c5 on Abdusattorov's, Nepomniachtchi's position. Also, we talked about this, that there is less pressure there. They are playing for the 7th place. They don't have this incredible seriousness that every single small detail counts, like in the final between Magnus and Hikaru.
But I think also the players themselves are very much different character. Of course, Nepo, he was playing fast during the whole tournament. It is his style. I don't know how much it is about his impatience character trait, or he wants to put pressure on the opponent very much, that he knows that when you play very fast, then your opponent is kind of feeling uncomfortable. It's not nice, right, when your opponent is playing instantly. Or he just has such a self-confidence that he says, okay, it doesn't matter, I have a good intuition, good feeling for it, so I'm going to go which I think the best, and then I'm looking around, and I'm also always going to be adjusting myself as it goes.
Yes, now I see that some new first moves appeared. Vincent also went along the c4 direction, and the big surprise, the breaking news from my heart is that Maxime opted for d4. That's a surprise, and Magnus also exactly in this moment has decided on c4, follows his kind of thought process from the preparation.
Yes, it's interesting that we have today very similarly as yesterday. The only difference is yesterday we had 5 games, and out of 5 it was c4 in a different position, and there was one d4. And now again, d4 is a lonely move in the round. And but it is interesting for me that now in these rounds, players are starting out with c4, d4 most of the time, no matter where the king is placed or which position, which number of position we are playing. And of course, I'm not surprised at all that Magnus started out also choosing c4. Not only that he was suggesting this in the analysis period of 10 minutes before the game, but also it's kind of a logical move. Again, the queen stands on a1, as yesterday it did. And there it was his main idea that he played b3, d4, cd, queen d4, and he was very happy with the fact that the queen got into active play at such an early stage of the game. And because the queen can be in trouble, very much out of the game if you don't bring it with b3, queen c3 or d4. At the same time, in this position, the black bishop stands on h8, not on b8. So on h8, black can go g6 immediately, and then stopping for the moment all this kind of d4, and then white has to decide whether to bring the knight out or to exchange the bishop. But that's already a different story from yesterday.
Well, it's obvious that white will rely on keeping the queen on a1, I believe, to play b3, bishop b2. The big question is when do you include g3? And we already see the development in Abdusattorov's Nepomniachtchi game, that c4, c5, knight c6, knight c6, g3. The most tempting logical option for black is to play g6, just to mirror. And this is a very clean kind of English, with this only difference that the queen is on a1 and the rook on d1. If you would change those pieces, the queen would get to d1, the rook to a1, then after g3, knight f3, bishop g2, and g6, knight f6, bishop g7, we would have a classical English opening.
I think it's a right time to give the word to Nicholas regarding what is the starting position, and was c4 the best move, or d4 is just as good, or maybe something else is the best.
Let's have a look together, and indeed c4 and d4, the two moves that have been played in the 4 games, where c4 has been played 3 times, they are the best moves in the position. But they do lead to very different kind of structures. So already we can sense how important the very first move is. And it was this time Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who deviated from the opinion of his colleagues going d4. So if you play d4, now in the game between Maxime and Erigaisi, d5 was played, and maybe you get something like knight d3, b6, maybe something like this. The bishop comes out to f4. It's very different from what we're going to see in the other games. This is also possible. It's just a completely different direction. And then in the games, in the remaining games, after c4, c5, we have one game where the players are playing quite fast already, going knight c3 and knight c6 and g3 and so on and so forth. And actually also Magnus has just played knight c3, but knight c3 is probably not the most critical here. b3, just like yesterday, trying to play d4 and then being able to take with the queen, to develop the queen, would have been better. Black should, and I think this is also what they analyzed, reply by going knight c6, stopping d4, and unlike yesterday, this is a safer position for black, because you can stop d4 under a good at least white cannot achieve it so easily or under very good circumstances, and this is quite okay for black. So knight c3 was played. Knight c3, and now in the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, already knight c6 was answered as playing symmetrically, but you could also make an argument for b6 here. Knight c6 is not really necessary right now, because there's d4 is not a big issue if the rook has to recapture on d4 anyway, because you will lose some time. It's a bit awkward for white. So interesting to see that Magnus decided quite quickly on this move knight c3. Peter, what do you make of that?
Well, but he did spend quite a lot of time on c4. So basically probably he made up his mind that if I'm going to play c4, I will follow it up with knight c3. I think that what Nepo is doing is extremely logical and very tempting, that okay, I just mirror and make typical moves. In English, usually all this mirroring is absolutely fine. So knight c6, g3, g6, and then Nodirbek played the move d3, which is kind of typical. He might be going for this classical idea of bishop to d2, a3, and then trying to push b4 as quickly as possible. Judith, what is your feeling?
I have the feeling that maybe we can pick up this position because until the others are figuring out it's only move 2. So in this position we can, it can occur also between Magnus and Hikaru, right? This position. So let's go to Abdusattorov Nepomniachtchi game because it is getting clear, the setup, the pawn structure, what kind of position it's going to be played out. And we know a lot of patterns from classical chess, which very shortly will be standing on the board. And I think those ideas would be interesting to share it with our audience, that white castled already, black castled already, and as you mentioned, bishop g2. Actually, that's maybe not even such a necessary
No, I said bishop
move.
d2. I said bishop d2 with the idea of going a3, b4 quickly. That's what I'm kind of expecting.
But it's interesting that black played bishop g7 in order not to play bishop
h6. To stop bishop h6. Exactly. Yeah, this we have to show because this is very important, because seemingly nothing is happening in the position. First of all, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, clearly they are following this game to see where this leads, because it's just so difficult to even imagine that, all right, I'm mirroring, it makes all sense, but there are nuances. For example, after g3, g6, white was the one who was able to play d3 first, and white sets up the threat of going bishop h6. So, for example, if black castles here, which is a very natural move, and trying to save the tempo on not developing the bishop to g7, then white can immediately use it with bishop h6. And if black is forced to play bishop g7, then clearly the trade of the dark square bishops will be in white's favor. And then white's bishop will be clearly superior to black's bishop on c8, and white will, for example, if king takes on g7, there is even this pin along the long diagonal. Maybe white cannot use it immediately with b4, but even if we just play a3 followed by b4, it's clear that tactically and both strategically it will not be good for black. That was the reason why black actually had to waste the tempo on bishop g7. And if we think about it, that this is a symmetrical position, white is a tempo up by going d3, and black has to react with bishop g7, then already it feels a little bit scary for black, because that's kind of 1.5 tempo advantage for white. White might not have to lose bishop g2 tempo later on. So the game continued short castle. However, bishop g5, that was kind of but setting up simply bishop takes e6 idea, and then the e7 pawn is hanging, so black has to react, and black reacted with the move f6, so it's provoking some more weaknesses.
Well, it's in the style of Magnus, it seems, as Anish was telling us, that he just lets the opponent do what they want. But here, I think, Nepo anyway wanted to, he was happy kind of having the knight on e8 because he thought, I will be able to play f5 first, e5, knight f6.
Yes, but I'm not liking this. And I think Hikaru, looking at this position, definitely will try to think of something else, because this is trouble. This simply cannot be. The reason why Nodirbek is not thinking that, is there some argument to try to play the fancy bishop e3 move? I don't really believe that there is this need, but this is also a possibility. The more traditional move would be just to, after f6, to retreat the bishop all the way back to d2, and also for the plan that I mentioned with a3, planning b4 at some point. This whole f6 operation, which you highlighted, that black will have to push f5 and then get the knight to f6, these are two moves, and still we haven't even started solving our problems on the queen side. I feel that this is great news for Nodirbek, and something that Hikaru definitely have to avoid.
Well, of course, f6 was not a must. Black could go h6 to hit the bishop with the side pawn, and as bishop c6 would be not anything special, because h takes g5, I believe. So white would have come back anyway to e3 or d2, and later on queen c1 will be a
somewhere tempo. Queen c1 will be a tempo, yes. I don't know exactly where to put this bishop. Bishop e3, I don't like bishop e3 because, yeah, it attacks the pawn on c5, but I'm guessing that black can somehow just stabilize this with d6. It's anyway a very useful move. By the way, we have to pay attention that whenever black plays d6, there is the positional threat of bishop h3, just like white was threatening with bishop h6 first. So it would be more natural to retreat the bishop all the way to d2. Black would play the move d6 anyway, and it's also fine. Wait a second. Then why Nepo rushed with f6, and how on earth do you decide on a move like f6 in 30 seconds? Come on, guys, this is a classical game. It just shows that Jan already doesn't have the mental energy to be patient and quietly thinking about the consequences of his decisions.
I was kind of surprised with the f6 within seconds practically, because h6 is the move which usually they do. Maybe he really didn't like to give this tempo option for white after bringing back the bishop to d2 or e3 to go queen c1, and then he has to decide, or not even deciding, practically king h7 is a must. And maybe he doesn't like his king on h7. Maybe he wants to keep his pawn on h7. It's a strategical decision.
Well, but that's why it's a classical game, that you have time to think. No, I understand if it's a blitz game. Even I understand if it's a 10 minutes rapid game that you feel like, no, I don't want to waste time to figure out all these nuances. But when you have 90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment per move, why don't you think? Because if the position gets bad, and I'm pretty sure that after f6, black is worse, then that you have 10 extra minutes on your clock, what does it really help you? And I believe that it's not the right moment also to ask Nicholas that, are we right, or are we overstating the importance of thinking about this h6, f6 kind of decision? Because for us, it looks that this is a very critical situation.
No, you're absolutely right, Peter. f6 was not necessary, and especially playing this move in maybe 1.5 minutes was way too quickly. f6 is a committal move. Pawns don't move backwards in chess, and by going f6, you obviously block your bishop, and you also weaken your king a little bit. So he, of course, had to deal with this threat of bishop takes c6 followed by bishop takes e7, but h6 was the better way to do so because of white takes on c6. Black takes the bishop on g5. White could retreat, but this looks absolutely fine for black. You have the bishop pair. This pawn should not be a weakness. I think I would prefer black here. So then the bishop has to retreat from g5. Let's say go back to d2. And now, all right, d6, bishop g2. You still have a fairly symmetrical position here, and apparently not really much to worry about. This is just completely fine for black. Instead, after f6, now the bishop is attacked and just retreated to e3, hitting the pawn on c5. You have weakened yourself for no apparent reason. You have blocked your bishop, and you might be a tiny bit worse. Still, black position is fairly solid, but there was no need to play f6 to allow the slight weakening. And I agree with you, Peter. Nepomniachtchi losing 2 matches in this tournament, now having to play for 7th place, 2 classical games, is probably not having the patience to really sit down and dig into the subtleties of the position, rushing things, and f6 was an unnecessary weakening here.
It's interesting. It's interesting that Nepomniachtchi decided so fast on playing f6, though I understand that you guys, you don't like this f6 and it was not objectively the best. I understand everything. But okay, is it going to be a big difference if he wants to play f5 anyway?
It will. It will. In my mind, it will. Yes, just to prove that no, you can't do these moves, because okay, you need kind of lot of moves. You need, first of all, you have to decide now how to protect the c5 pawn. Is he thinking about double fianchettoing his bishops with b6, bishop b7, and he in fact doesn't want to play d6? Is that the justification of his setup. I'm trying to make sense, because if he plays the move d6, then f6 feels very awkward. Maybe white will also try to go for some quick d4 with knight f3, d4. Why I also like the move knight f3 or also knight c2, because then I avoid any kind of bishop h3 because of rook fe1. I just want to highlight this, that now if black plays d6 and threatens with bishop h3, there is not a given that I have to play the move bishop g2 in order to stop that. Yeah, I could maybe potentially activate the knight to c2, then against bishop h3 I can always play rook fe1, and then the knight from c2 will support the d4 break beautifully, and if you play e5, then also the knight is ready to support the a3 b4 move quickly. It's a typical kind of idea in English to play knight e1, knight c2, okay, then the knight is normally heading to e3, but this is scary, and I'm very curious to see how the players will progress in this game. But maybe also we can get the bird's eye view one more time in order to see. And yeah, Jan opted for d6. He doesn't care. He just goes along his strategy. I'm going to blitz this game. I will not spend any time or energy. I will just listen to my intuition and play accordingly.
Yeah, it seems so that he relies on his intuition basically 100% up to this point. The way, the speed he's playing, it seems that actually I'm pretty curious how long is it going to be in the game, how more moves that Nepo will feel that he's very comfortable with playing the moves which he feels intuitive the best. And I will be very curious where he's going to put his e7 pawn. Is he going to come up with e5, or he will keep his pawn on e7, or wants to set it to e3, and his move is there again.
Yeah, bishop h3. I think he wants to finish the game with more time on the clock than he started. That's one of the main ambition. But actually, joke aside, what he is doing makes some sense, and I would like to highlight this, that yes, now he develops the bishop so that white is unable to get that bishop to g2. He will also set up his queen, will join the party with queen c8, and definitely he will play the move e5 sooner or later. And one of those typical motifs when the knight is on f6 and black puts the pawn on e5, normally whenever black has this c5, d6, e5 pawn structure, the knight is beautifully developed on e7. That's the harmonious setup. But it's kind of a common knowledge that in these setups, when you play e5 and the knight is, for example, on f6, the pawn on f7, then you play knight e8 and knight c7, and that's how you fight for the d5 square, and potentially later you also open up the way to go f5. And when we think about this, then the knight from e8 will never have to go to c7 to f6. It can go to c7 right away, and that pawn from f6 can move to f5 in one go there as well. So there is a certain logic behind what Jan is trying to achieve.
Yes, indeed, and it's maybe the first real moment where Nepo started to think about his strategy. I think it can be also that now he's thinking really what to do, how to play with the pawns f6 and e7, where to put and how and in which order. At the same time, maybe he thinks that, well, there is a priority because I have a queen on a8, which will never be useful there. So maybe it's about time to bring it to c8 as fast as possible. So after the queen will be a little bit moved into more closer to the actions, only after that he will be deciding on the pawn's move. But
well, it also depends if white threatens d4 or not. Yeah, this is a big question, but I feel like after d4 there is this bishop f5 retreat. Because of the hanging knight on c2, I might get into some tactical problem on the d4 square. But I still somehow sense that Jan will play the move e5. It would fit most with his plan.
I think he will play queen c8. If d4 is not possible.
Yes.
If d4 is not possible due to
bishop f5
bishop
idea.
f5, but yeah, then I think queen c8 would be better to keep the moment, and because after e5 any piece can go.
And he doesn't do any
f5,
of it. F5. Nepo is Nepo. Okay, good. But this case, wait a second. White gets the chance to play d4, no? Because there is no more district.
f4.
F4, of course. Yeah.
f4.
d4, f4.
No way.
That's what he wants to. Yeah. Okay. We don't have the analysis board yet.
But we can bring up this position because in the other games we will be moving there, but there are few actions happening there. So if we could pull up the Abdusattorov Nepomniachtchi board, then we can analyze a little bit, because there are some concrete ideas unfolding right now. F5 is a very straightforward direction to give a hint to white. I'm ready to play F4 when it's the most unpleasant moment for you. What are you going to do about that?
Exactly. So white is kind of planning to play d3, d4. So the first question is then, why did Nepo ignore the threat of d4? He could have relied on this queen c8 or e5 ideas, as we talked about. However, it's clear that he's provoking d4 because he finds this beautiful, stunning idea with f4. Also, yesterday he was trying to be very energetic against Arjun. He was pushing his f5, f-pawn all the way to f5 and f4. Now he has similar ideas. The idea of f4 is the deflection, because if white takes on f4 with the bishop, then black gets access to the d4 pawn. C takes d4, and this already looks wonderful for black. Black gets the upper hand in the center. White's knight, if black's pawn would already be on e5, then white could beautifully jump into d5 square. But the problem is that we cannot really jump into d5 right now, because the knight can be chased away with e6, and all this doesn't make a good impression. Wow, what a move. I haven't seen it coming, because I simply thought like black is not yet ready for tactical ideas. But that's why Nepo had this stare at Nodirbek that, do you really let me place that bishop on h3? You are not afraid of me. Those are the psychological games.
And I also thought about it that even, you know, the queen on a8, maybe its place is not on c8. I was even thinking about the fact if one day white wants to go d4, and let's say some elimination starts, even black can go a6 and queen a7 and bring to c5 the queen. So there are some ideas, and of course Nepomniachtchi is a fantastic player because of this, that he's not thinking the same way as many of the other players. He doesn't want to do the usual patterns, what everybody is expecting him to do, right? And he foreseen this before, that he has an option that maybe bishop h3 will be unpleasant if Nodirbek is not paying attention and playing bishop g2 against it. And of course f4 is there. And it will show up in the game at some point.
But basically, if it means that we know that we are playing against Nepo, then queen c1 is a very tempting move. I'm activating the queen and I'm setting up the move bishop h6. And if I'm able to trade this e3 bishop against the g7 bishop, then I will feel very comfortable. Also, this bishop on h3 can be a little bit out of the game.
So, in the meantime, Magnus was in the confessional booth. Let's listen his views on the starting position.
It seems that for the second day in a row, most people have decided that going to kind of a symmetrical English structure is the way to go. And I kind of changed my mind a little bit to play more like Vincent than Nodirbek. Like we discussed both things briefly before the game. What I do notice though is that both Jan and Nodirbek, they were in Reykjavik 2022, and in that tournament there was a kind of similar starting position where Nodirbek like got it quickly, that like playing g3 too fast is a bit dangerous because you might run into bishop h3, so you should like castle first and then with the knights, and then Jan actually had to spend tempo on bishop g7 immediately, which was a bit of a waste, which is why I think he has some initiative now. But yeah, now knight f3, I'm kind of half trying to tempt him into g5, which I believe is more weakening than good. But also after g6, like it's a kind of, I mean, it's not even a trap because I don't think he's going to go there, but I think after g6, then d4 pawn sack is quite good, like cd4, I have bishop h6 check, and so to win a pawn he would have to take with the bishop. Then I think I have excellent compensation, like knight d4, bishop h6 check, knight g7, g4, taking away f5 and opening up for the bishop, and yeah, it's just very good for white, but I don't think he's going to go there, so I think castles and then d4 takes, and if g6. We actually discussed this briefly pre-game. I thought this wasn't much for white at all, but then knight c6, b takes c6, bishop h6, bishop g7, and now Maxime mentioned queen c1, but I think actually bishop takes g7 simply is a lot stronger move, because then after king takes, we win a tempo with b3, opening up the diagonal for the queen, and if knight g7, castles g3 and so on, it should be very slightly better for white.
Very insightful message and sharing his thoughts. Wow. So let's talk about this a little bit. He was recalling a game from 2022 between Nodirbek and, but with the idea.
And Nepo, yes.
And it's interesting that that he was pointing out very clearly that Black had to waste time because he went g6 first. He wasted time to go bishop g7, which we were discussing before. And but Magnus is kind of happy with his position that he went to this direction, and he says, well, okay, he wants to go d4. Basically, so much so that there is nothing to stop him doing so, right?
Yes.
Because even after g6, he's planning to go d4 and sacrifice a pawn for it.
That's the point.
For temporary.
Yes, so after g6, d4 looks very good for white, exactly for this bishop h6 idea. And for this reason, there is just no way Hikaru will ever play the move g6 here. Magnus said that he's expecting the move short castle, and then suddenly I lost Magnus because I had to jump back one move and he was already rushing. Niklas, did you? Probably you catched it so that we can just very correctly, precisely show what Magnus was highlighting.
Yes, let's have a look together. Magnus mentioned many lines, but this time we could follow. Yesterday, I think it was where Judith said afterwards, it's too much, Magnus. Slow it down a bit. So very interesting here, knight f3, hinting at an early d4. And this is quite a critical moment, in fact, because if... yes, Magnus first of all said g5, he's provoking g5 a little bit, but this is more weakening than helpful for black, and that this is in fact true. After d3, hitting the pawn on g5, yes, you can play g4, but I can give a check, or maybe I play knight h4. No, Nakamura will not do that. There's no need to play something like this. He's also not in a must-win situation. If g6, and then d4 is a strong move. Magnus was absolutely correct here. If pawn takes or knight takes, you just give a check first on h6, force black to trade the bishops, then you take back on d4, and you just have a good position. Black has exchanged the strongest minor piece, the dark square bishop. You have managed to break first in the center. You have some more space and good center control. So this is all good. Also, if the bishop takes on d4 here, he mentioned this as well, then this is just very good compensation for white, having the bishops weaken dark squares, and white is in excellent shape.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
yes.
but g4 was quite amazing how naturally Magnus was pointing out that, well, of course, g4, taking away the square from the knight, it's like the most natural thing to do, which comes to his mind, the first move, right?
Yes, opening up the bishop, taking away some squares, and indeed that works.
And next b4 probably, yeah?
b4
just
even,
opening
yes.
up all the...
No, this would be a dream. This will not happen. So Magnus was expecting a castle, which is quite a reasonable move. But now white plays d4. And indeed here also, this is the line he mentioned, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and also something they discussed in the analysis before the game, g6. Now actually, the computer wants to go bishop e3 and claims white has a little bit of an advantage. Magnus, I believe, mentioned knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop h6. And here he only mentioned bishop g7. Computer also says maybe knight g7, but a human would not play knight g7, just looks completely strange. And how do you get rid of this bishop on h6? So bishop
Going
g7.
rook e8 and knight f5.
Aha. Knight g7, then rook e8, and then knight f5. And just to keep this very powerful bishop on the long diagonal. But actually also after bishop g7, bishop takes g7, knight takes g7, apparently this position where Magnus said it is tiny bit better for white does not seem to be much. In fact, here computer even gives a slight edge for black. But I want to bring it back to the current position where Hikaru is still thinking. I think, well, also the computer thinks, let's be honest, b6 is quite a nice move here, because if white now plays d4, you can take on d4, and then you can follow up with bishop b7, and white is not able to play g3 anymore. So now you have your bishop trapped on h1, you're not able to play g3 under good circumstances, and this changes a lot here, whereas black still can play g6 or maybe even g5 to open up this bishop on h8. So b6 is very nice in the sense that you stop d4, you prepare bishop b7, and if g3, for example, now you can still play bishop b7, you have some ideas with knight d4 even to use this battery on the long diagonal, and maybe in some lines black can already take over. So very interesting moment now after knight f3. I would expect b6 or castle. Both seem to be fine, but b6 would be, I think, most uncomfortable here for white, Judith.
Well, I really like this move b6, and I can tell you if Hikaru would play b6, it means that he's incredibly sharp and he feels the momentum very much, because basically b6 wants to highlight the drawback of the freestyle setup of having the king on f1, rook on g1 for the moment, and having the bishop in the corner. Because, of course, the h1 bishop has no big problem at all. Once you play g3, bishop g2, or without bishop g2, it activates itself after g3. And if one can play against this bishop and not allowing and constraining the movement of the bishop of h1 and the movement of the pawn on g2, it means it can cause quite some trouble. And also, if after b6, d4 takes, rook is not belonging on d4 when the black bishop is on the long diagonal, and he can play g6 because it's losing tempos. So it is a very nice touch to see that. Because the drawback of the position, we can say that the queen is really standing worse on a8 than anywhere else. And suddenly after b6, the position's drawback is turned into something beneficial after bishop b7. And I love these solutions, not only on the chessboard, also in life. And it seems like it's a problem what you have in your situation on the board, off the board, and somehow you turn it into a beneficial idea.
Yes. Yeah, it's lovely. Actually, b6, bishop e7, once black gets this, then one could argue that the queen is perfectly placed on a8, on the long diagonal. How many times we have seen great maestros playing like this, also in the reti, yeah, that white plays, okay, now I'm showing from the black side, queen is on d8, rook is on a8. How do we get that queen to a8? You go rook c8, rook c7, queen a8. Yeah, it's a very typical kind of idea. Of course, not exactly in this position, because now rook on c7 would be targeted immediately by white's knight. But in general, I just want to highlight that we understand absolutely that queen on a8 can be a very powerful piece if we set up this very powerful battery on the long diagonal. My first instinct, now that I heard that the b6 move is interesting, and it's so scary, if it's so scary, then after b6 I will play b3. And after bishop b7 I will play bishop b2, just to use exactly the same kind of things. But we see white has the extra move knight f3. However, the computer says that black might be benefiting more from this. This is very interesting.
And after you have your bishop on b2, later on, I think it's first of all, after g6, I will not have to waste time with bishop g7, because I'm not afraid of bishop h6, because
yes,
it's illegal. And after that, also possibly at some point, black will be playing e5, blocking that bishop on b2.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We also talked about this with Vincent at some point, yeah, I don't even remember if he told it in the broadcast or in private conversation, that sometimes when you play symmetrical and there is nothing in the position and you think like with white you should play for advantage, and then you make one move, and in fact you are the one who breaks the symmetry first, and it turns out that it's a mistake and black can use it. It's a very typical freestyle kind of challenge.
But I have a news, because Magnus Carlsen went into the confessional booth, and after that he went back, so he really shares his thoughts about this position. Let's listen to him.
Yeah, so just an update. Just as I'd been in the confession booth last time, I noticed that knight d4, which I thought about initially, especially as a reply to knight c2, but then sort of mentally kind of forgotten about. It's a very interesting possibility. So currently I'm considering 3 options mainly, which is b3, just letting him take on f3, or g4, opening up for the bishop, gaining some space, or g3. G3 is the boring option, obviously, but I'm kind of really attracted to, g4 is interesting. It kind of contradicts what I said earlier about trying to tempt him to play g5, but I think I am a few tempi up, and there are lines in the symmetrical English where you actually do go knight d4, and then white gains space with g4, h4 early. So the positions aren't that different. There is some precedent for that in normal chess as well. But my favorite at the moment is just playing b3, let him take on f3, gf3. I got a half open g file. I can develop bishop b2, activate the queen this way probably, because he's going to have to play g6, and then my queen will get play on the long diagonal. I can castle queenside if I want. So I kind of like it. I think I gotta mention the possible mating pattern here as well. There was one yesterday with queen takes g7 with a smothered mate in the opening that a lot of people were looking for. So when I noticed that now is, as I mentioned before, knight d4. If I do go g3, then d6 castles, bishop h3 is actually not a great move because of knight g5, and if he takes the rook, it's smaller mate with knight takes h7. And to really hammer the point home, there's also a line that goes bishop f5 back, e3, threatening the knight, knight c2, attacking the queen, queen b1, and knight takes e3, and then queen takes f5, knight takes f5, knight takes h7, checkmate. Again, this is not going to happen, but it just goes to show how careful you have to be in some of these positions.
Thank you, Magnus. It was real fun to listen his thought process and what he's engaged in the game. He was discussing knight d4 move that kept him busy. What is his reaction going to be on that? And he mentioned b3, g4, g3, and gave some lines on that. But Hikaru played e5.
Yeah, that's a huge surprise, I would say. We haven't seen this coming, and the reason why I intuitively wasn't so sure about that, it also allows white to play this knight g5 kind of idea. But of course, after knight g5, the good news is that black can simply castle. And thanks to this, because I just wanted to highlight that strategically speaking, if white plays knight g5 and black would not have the short castle but play knight f6 first, then I think it would be very beneficial for white. Even if I just play g3, you castle now, and whenever we trade those knights, then white will get the lovely control of the d5 square. That would be strategically horrible. So it's very important for black against knight g5 to have the move short castle. Even this looks a bit shaky at the moment, but clearly Hikaru spent a lot of time on it. He believes that he will have time to slowly push the pieces back with g6, d6. But even this, knowing that Magnus mentioned about all these smothering mating ideas on knight h7, certainly knight g5 is something that he will take a little closer look. But maybe it's also completely unnecessary. So this we will see how it progresses. In any case, I believe that Magnus is kind of happy that black made a slightly early e5. He weakened squares. There is something to play with white, and white hasn't really decided yet. He hasn't done any crime. He's very flexible to try to get the maximum upper hand, strategically speaking, against the e5 move. So Magnus leaning forward. I did not tell this to our audience. I went to the confessional booth 3 times. e5 was not the move that I mentioned. I should punish it, because if it would have been fundamentally a good move, I would have mentioned. Don't you get these vibes from Magnus's body language that he's leaning forward?
I don't know. Generally speaking, I feel that he doesn't understand why black needs this e5 immediately, which actually gives the impression to me that Hikaru knows one thing. He does not want to see Magnus playing d4. This is what he gives.
Yes.
Even I give you the d5, which is obviously is a very typical way of dealing in the English. I was playing this kind of structure with black a lot, e5, c5, giving away the d5 square. But usually the top guys, they don't like to play it this way, but it's a special way of Hikaru dealing with it. And he spent a lot of time, because he's almost half an hour has been spent in the first 3 moves. But we have some confessional booths also from Vincent. So let's see from Vincent what he had to say. Probably he shared some a bit later. We're going to have that. So we can still have time to look at this, what is really happening. So actually, what are the candidate moves, you think? A3 starting already very fast, possibly A3, B4, or white should be more focusing on having his king in the castle mode? Or maybe Magnus will go for G4 and somehow completely different ideas than in the classical game?
Well, somehow I'm very tempted for this knight g5 idea. I don't know exactly if immediately this is so strong or not, but also just playing normally. For example, knight g5 is not with the intention of giving checkmate. It's more like a strategical move. Yeah, that I go knight g5, then I play g3, I play normal moves. I will play short castle, but my knight will be ready to be activated on e4 or traded against black's knight on e8 if it jumps to f6. Maybe it's better to start with g3. Maybe it's better to play with short castle. It would be interesting to hear Nicholas, because my feeling is that white got free hand. White has different promising possibilities, and Magnus will be very happy. Even somewhere, some a3, queen b1, knight g5, b4, all this combination of moves. I see so many possibilities for white, and I'm still afraid with black that I need short castle, I need g6, I might need also h6, d6, too many moves to stabilize.
Let's have a look together, and yeah, Magnus is probably happy. The computer also really dislikes this last move, e5, giving white already, well, almost a clear advantage. So we talked about, Magnus mentioned g5, he mentioned g6, he mentioned castle, he mentioned knight d4. None of these moves appeared. We looked at b6, which was probably best. Also d6 was a fine move. But I guess Nakamura, after having a 20-plus minute think, he was unhappy with the position. Also saw his body language. He did not look so satisfied. And this is, of course, quite a radical solution to dealing with d4. Yes, you do stop d4, but you're also clearly weakening the light squares, especially with the bishop already lined up on this diagonal. This hurts a bit. You block your own bishop, and the computer already says, well, let me maybe play very concretely. Let's go. Knight g5, threatening knight takes h7, knight f6, maybe go queen b1, try to hit this pawn one more time. And if you go castle here, then maybe I open up with g4, I have some knight d5 ideas already looming in the air, and white can actually start quite a powerful attack. Let's say g6, the queen can come over from b1 to d3 to h3, and here already computer says d5 is an only move to not be busted, more or less. So this already goes to show how dangerous the position is. Black doesn't have to play castle here, can also play g6, but once again g4, opening up the bishop. Now actually you just keep your king on f1, the rook supports the push, maybe you can even develop the rook to g3 at some point, you have knight d5 looming in the air, and this makes a quite dangerous impression for black. So I think e5 was a move that Nakamura was not happy to play. He did not really find another solution, but that move puts him in a lot of danger, and we might get quite a sharp game here if Magnus decides to go for it with g4, knight g5, queen b1, and so on and so forth.
Well, I absolutely have the feeling that Magnus is ready to go it with g4 because his brain is working that way today. Definitely, that is.
Oh, and b4 played. What?
Look at that!
Almost instantly. Also very tempting. Yeah, just this e5 move was so strange. Yeah, he's trying to play this this banker gambit style. Yeah, c takes b4, knight d5, then I will break with a3. Look at this king on f8. I get this monster knight on d5, the pawn on e5 is vulnerable, and all this combination of knight g5. Wow, there is also this, let me just very quickly show one thing that crossed my mind after cb, knight d5, that somewhere, for example, you play the move d6, I play knight g5, you play short castle, all kinds of knight e7 mating patterns are also there. Luckily, the knight on c6 is protecting, but it just shows that this is very shaky. Body language, Hikaru, is he shocked at b4? But maybe he should be even happy because just the strategical combination with knight g5, g4 was also very dangerous. Judith, your first thoughts?
I was saying a3, b4, fast. No, Magnus has no patience. He goes b4 immediately. And he's very much in this mood. I feel it, that he wanted g4. He's not going to play the classical, normal way in this position. It's very exciting. But in the meantime, we can show and hear Vincent what he has to say. We will come back, but I'm very curious how long Hikaru will be thinking.
Yeah, so far it's been quite interesting. I think starting position, two main options were d4 and c4. Both have been played. I think mostly c4. And of course there was the option just to go for some rather symmetrical structure like Abdusattorov did, which I think for him turned out quite well, but in general I assumed that it wouldn't give quite much of an edge, but of course it was a very possible idea. I was trying to strike with d4 rather quickly, and I think his move d5 is actually quite good. What we had in analysis was short castle, and after short castle there are some crazy lines starting after bishop g5, because in this position e7 suddenly becomes a quite big weakness. And the line went, at least Akahiel went like knight d4, rook d4, g6, bishop e7, bishop d4, bishop d8, and now knight d6, attacking the bishop and the pawn on c4, when suddenly there's like long castle for white, which I thought was quite important, bishop f2, bishop e7, and it was still continuing, but in the end it at least did seem interesting. I'm not sure whether it's actually good or more like a long line, wrong line, but I felt that this could be quite dangerous for black, so he went for a d5. I think castle is very normal and reasonable. I expect him, I think, to take dc4. Not entirely sure. It does feel kind of weird to allow knight c6, rook d1, bc, but okay, I couldn't find anything very wrong with that, but at the same time, I mean, I'm pawn down for like a short time, but in general, I do feel like my position should still be rather more pleasant than worse. His pieces are not really developed yet, and of course the structure of c4, c6, queen on a8 isn't great. So I'm hoping to get a slight edge there, and I think that's more or less the situation right now.
Well, as far as I understood, there was some strange annotation by Vincent. I think there were some castling which were not
he said
legal?
Something like long castle, which did not seem possible. Yes, with the rook on g1 and king on f1.
But I'm not surprised at this.
After yesterday's long castle,
It's hunting him. It seems that the long castle is just from nowhere. It suddenly comes and it changes everything, because he was highlighting, right, that long castle. And I think this is such an important moment. Well, it was illegal, but it was a long line already. But you can see that he's calculating, analyzing all the outcomes from the very early stage in the opening. And, it's quite a strange position from the point of view. Look at the left side of the board having queen on a1 and the rook on d1 instead of the other way around.
I feel that maybe it would be nice to ask Nicholas, because he was also following just to compare the thought process of Vincent with what the computer was thinking, the evaluations, also this current position, which Vincent kind of revealed already. I think the confessional boost was after d5. Yeah, because the lines that Vincent said that after castles I'm expecting maybe d takes c4 and so on. So he was calculating very deeply what was the truth and how to evaluate all these kind of nuances.
Let's have a look together. So Vincent, as he said, he went for a quick d4. In this position, he could have, by the way, still transposed to the game between Magnus and Nakamura. Instead, he went for d4. And after c takes d4, knight takes d4, Caruana went for d5. Vincent was mentioning this line here with castle and bishop g5 to go after this pawn on e7. But after knight takes d4, rook takes d4, g6. The line that Vincent mentioned was bishop takes e7, bishop takes d4, bishop takes d8, knight d6. Now you have the problem that the pawn on c4 is hanging, and there's also bishop takes b2. And this moment, this is where the illegal move happened. Vincent, in the analysis with his compatriots, or with the other players, I should say, thought long castle would be possible. But here, as the rook on d1 has already disappeared, you can also only play short castle. Long castle would be nice to hit the bishop and the knight on the d file, but is not possible, so white needs to play something else here and does not have an advantage. However, there are other ways to play. For example, here knight c2 might give white some edge. So correctly so, Fabiano did not play castle. The computer also says you can take on d4 and play d6, maybe think about g5 also, but this is difficult to play g5 and weaken your king in this fashion. So d5 was quite a reasonable approach. Black also breaks in the center, why not? And now castle was played. Of course, you don't want to take on d5 because you end up in a pin on the d file. So castle. Now d takes c4, knight takes c6, the rooks were traded. You had to because the rook was undefended on d8. So the rook takes back, pawn takes, and g3, opening up the bishop, and castle was just played. This is the position. Vincent said he's hoping to get a tiny edge. He wants to regain the pawn he has sacrificed, this pawn c4, and then have the better pawn structure. But the problem is that it's not so easy to regain this pawn, because black has ways to stabilize the pawn on c4, going bishop e6, going knight d6, and the computer is saying the position is quite equal here. Black should not be in much trouble at all. And it's interesting to see the different approaches. Vincent going for a quick d4, Nodirbek going for the symmetrical position, Magnus also going for d4 but preparing it some more. So it's really interesting to see the different kind of approaches here.
Absolutely. They do have a very different vision on the position of the starting position. And, well, so far it seems that obviously after move b4 we are not exaggerating if we say that that's the hottest game for the moment. At the same time, we have another game also with Nodirbek, with Nepo, which proceeded for already quite some moves. But before we would jump there and see how it unfolds, what do you think, Peter, really in this structure? What are the pluses and minuses compared to regular classical game where we see these kind of pawn structures?
Well, my feeling also was very similar that Nicholas said, the computer was saying that I don't really believe that white can be better, because the queen on a1 is too far away, and of course if we could play knight a3, knight takes c4, everything would be nice, yeah, but black is somehow in time to be quick. For example, after knight a3, maybe black can start with bishop e6, protecting that pawn. The knight will go to d6. I'm never afraid of any bishop f4, bishop takes d6. I will say, thank you very much. I only need g6. I will have the dark square bishop lined up against the queen on a1. The pawn on b2 will be vulnerable after some queen b7. So basically, what I'm trying to highlight that the c1 bishop is very much the soul of white's position. I cannot go pawn hunting and giving up that for that black knight. But if that's the case, then black's knight on d6 will be quite powerful, supporting the c4 pawn. Then how do I regain that pawn? I would love to trade the dark square bishops. If somehow the bishop on c1 could be traded for the bishop on h8, I would be very happy. Then I would be thinking that, yes, somehow, slowly I will get to the weakness. But even this is not clear because anyway, knight d6, bishop e6 together will protect the c4 pawn. And it might be that Vincent misjudged, assumed that, okay, with the queen on a8 and black still having to head to castle. And I believe that here we have to go back one move and after g6 to think about this, that from a distance, Vincent felt like, okay, black needs to activate the queen, and black needs to castle, black still needs to play g6 because the bishop on h8 is locked. At the same time, my bishop is already activated. The rook is already on the open file. I'm coming up with just one move, knight a3, attacking that pawn on c4, I will regain that pawn, yeah? So the illusion is like, white only needs one move, black needs 3-4 moves. And then in reality, after castles, we are already talking about, wait a second, how do we regain? Because after knight a3, knight d6 or bishop e6 appears, black only needs one more move with g6 and there is already harmony. It's kind of a very tricky situation. How easily you can get fooled by freestyle chess. Yeah, that from a distance it looks like you are smart, and when you get there you realize that it was some kind of an illusion.
Yes, you broke it down very instructively, because indeed at first sight one might think, okay, I will be knight a3, I gain back the pawn, I bring the queen. But actually to bring the queen, it's not so easy at all. And also what I noticed that in other systems, in classical chess, you don't see showing up the knight on d6 really to defend the c4. And here black has a very strong defense on the c4, knight d6, bishop e6, as you highlighted before. And indeed, bishop f4, bishop d6, it's not going to be a game for white, because after g6, the b2 pawn is so vulnerable that it's impossible to imagine that it can save itself. So, and also, actually, I think white can get in trouble if he's not paying attention, because black really needs only 1, 2, 3 moves, and then the c4 pawn will be a pawn which will never be able to take him by white at all. And if black can bring his bishop to e6, g6, knight goes out to d6, queen b7, rook b8.
Exactly.
Suddenly, black is the one who has an extra pawn and putting pressure on the b2 pawn. So white has to play somehow very actively, very fast. I was also thinking, probably it's too slow, but what happens, you were mentioning that if the bishops are going to be exchanging, the black square bishop, then it would be so nice with white. So maybe white can play bishop d2, bishop c3. Probably it's too slow.
Yeah, it's also slow. Yeah? And if we play bishop d2, bishop c3, just anticipating g6, then who knows? Maybe black will play knight d6, knight b5, harassing that bishop on c3. It's my heart actually says that if Vincent can now find the bailout, but I know that he's very ambitious. He always looks for advantage. But my feeling is that now that you get deeper into this position, it looks like the scary thing is that for black, the game is so easy. You know that knight d6, bishop e6, g6, depending on the move order, how white will play, but everything is kind of natural. And white is the one who has to be super sophisticated to find maybe one possible move order, how everything makes sense. But I'm not even sure that, I don't believe that white can fight for an advantage.
So maybe let's see just concrete lines. What if I go bishop g5 first?
Yes, so then basically you force me or provoke me for queen b7.
Yes, then I go knight a3. Yes. I just want to get out with my queen so desperately to c1.
Yes, okay, so I play knight d6.
Queen c1.
Queen c1. Bishop e6. So for example, if we are just absolutely lazy, we are not paying attention to the opponent's moves, we know this is what we want, and next g6. Before we continue, we have Magnus, who visited the confessional booth. And then we come back because there are so exciting things happening in the finals between Magnus and Hikaru. Let's listen to them, and then let's come back to this.
Well, Hikaru's is a great defender, so like sacrificing a pawn early on doesn't seem like an obvious stylistic choice. Honestly, I hadn't thought much about the possibility of him going e5 on the third move. I thought it looked like a little bit loose, but like worst case I could play kind of normal symmetrical English types of setups and it should be fine. But yeah, once I saw b4, it was hard to resist. The thing is that it's kind of hard for him to find a safe option here, somewhere where he's like a little bit worse but kind of manageable. I think it's going to be very complicated no matter what. For instance, there's knight takes b4 and then knight takes e5 and then g6, hoping to sort of stabilize that way by kicking the knight away. But then I think I'm going to play energetically again. I go d4, and if he castles, then I go knight to g4. Knight h6 is a big threat, so maybe he has to go h5. Knight takes h6 check, king h7, g4, and everything's kind of flowing. And all of this is happening while his queen is languishing on a8, as well as his bishop on c8 is not developed, so that doesn't look very promising. I mean, he's a great defender. I'm sure he's going to find a way to get a reasonable position, but for the moment it's looking very exciting.
Amazing lines and amazing thoughts there. What do you take of what Magnus had to say? First of all, he's very happy. Yes. You can see that he's incredibly happy, in the mood to fight, to throw out very original ideas. At the same time, he knows exactly that Hikaru is the guy who is a great defender, and he knows it exactly, that nothing what he said, it will be so easy and so obvious. Knight b4 is on the board.
Well, let's wait and see, because knight takes b4 is played by Hikaru. It's a very natural move. Knight takes e5, and g6 would be logical follow-up. It's blitzed out. Is Hikaru expecting the storm that Magnus actually revealed to us? We know that the storm is coming with all these d4, knight g4 ideas. First of all, after d4, let's just highlight one more time that the idea is to give a check immediately. So that's why black actually has no time to take on d4, because bishop h6 check is very, very unpleasant for black. Bishop g7, then all the dark squares will be horribly weak, and that's not an option. And the line that Magnus showed after d4 castles with knight g4, that was something.
Yeah, knight g4 is a nice way of highlighting the take the momentum in this position, right? Because the bishop is still on h8 and not on g7. This is why knight g4 is possible. And while knight h6 is a very strong threat, also possibly white wants to capture on c5. And Magnus suggested that h5 is the move here for black, in order that after knight h6, black can escape with the king to h7, not to go to g7, covering the power of the h8 bishop, and g4. Like, he has this incredible energy today. b4, g4, and who knows what else is coming. But I can also visualize the knight on e4 coming up and showing up on g5. So there are a lot to talk about here. And also the queen on a1 obviously will be showing up on b1, on that diagonal, and put pressure on the king. At the same time, also, Magnus highlighted that, well, Hikaru still has to deal with his bad queen from a8.
Yes, the queen is there. Let me also just highlight the route which white knight took in order to reach h6, because that's quite something. Yeah, we are moved, I don't know exactly what, kind of 10 or something, and that knight from e1, it started the journey. Knight f3, knight takes e5, knight g4, knight h6, while so many other pieces has not even been developed. In fact, white has only developed knights so far. And I just want to come back to this moment that Magnus was the only one who kind of understood the big finesse in my mind that actually white can play the move knight f3 because you can't play g6 due to the d4 move. And if you can't play the move g6, then there is absolutely no rush, like Vincent rushed with d4 instead of knight c3, and that was the different move order. If Vincent would have realized this, his move order was knight f3, knight c6, and he rushed with d4, that he could have played the move knight c3, and black doesn't have a really, I cannot believe that anyone could really think like I can't play like because b6 is such a good move for black.
Yes, b6 is a difficult move. At the same time, I see that the players are getting familiar with the different kind of patterns of freestyle, and I'm not talking about the exact patterns, but their brain is adjusting to the fact that how to benefit from a piece which seems to look really bad, and how to benefit from that piece that actually I can support that one, and it's not necessarily that I have to bring the queen out, but I can even support the queen on a8, playing b6 and bishop b7. But this is incredible, exciting, what we have in this moment of the game. Interesting that Magnus is hesitating. He was so sure of himself playing d4. At this point?
Yes, I feel like this confession booth is such a fantastic news for us, for the fans, for everyone, because believe me now, Hikaru is thinking that, you know what, Magnus hit me with b4, but I was smart enough to come up with something, knight takes b4, knight takes e5, g6, that Magnus did not expect maybe or underestimated, and now Magnus is thinking, Hikaru is walking happily that yes, okay, he cannot even imagine that Magnus 10 minutes ago told us that, you know, if Hikaru plays like this, I'm going to crush him with d4, knight, g4, knight a6, g4. It just, this is so fantastic, and I'm so happy that we are witnessing this.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with that, because, I mean, if Magnus would not share it with us, we might have thought, well,
exactly.
Okay, Magnus has no idea. He was just briefing, thinking, okay, if I gain the e5, the central pawn, I will do something, right? I go back knight f3, I might even go d4, but if Nakamura plays knight b4, knight e5, g6, when we are there, then we're going to see what I'm going to be doing. And actually now probably he's double-checking whether is d4, because he was extremely convinced that, of course, I'm going to play energetic d4, no question about it. And of course, and the thing is, of course, he would want to play d4 instantly, but look at his body language. I'm calm. I know what I want, but I want to double-check. I want to see if there is any other which is more unpleasant for black. And if I don't find anything, d4 is flashed out.
Yes, and I think it's the time to include Nicholas in our discussion, that what is really happening in this line is Hikaru having a great resource which maybe Magnus has now spotted. What's happening?
Well, the storm is coming. I can tell you that much. d4 is the best move in the position. If you just retreat the knight here, then black can even go d5, and black is very happy. So you should not do this. The computer gives another move here besides d4, which is a3, but this will not happen. d4 will be played. Magnus is just double-checking. It's just making sure he's not missing anything. And d4 is a powerful move because you open up the bishop. So if c takes d4, which is possible according to the computer, but Peter already said, you're not going to play like this, allowing bishop h6 check, and then you have to take with the rook maybe on g7. This will not happen. Peter's laughing already because this looks crazy. Actually, white now cannot take on d4 because of the fork knight c2, but the pawn on d4 will fall sooner or later, and you just have a lot of awkward pieces. You have a lot of weaknesses on the dark squares, and d4 is on the board. So after d4, certainly Hikaru's idea is to play castle, which looks quite reasonable. You castle, and now a very important point is that bishop h6, which so often worked quite well for white, does not work here because you can take on d4, and suddenly both knights are hanging, and after bishop takes f8, king takes f8, still both knights are hanging on e5 and on c3, and black just wins material. This is certainly what Hikaru calculated, what he is going to play. I'm quite confident. But now, and Magnus mentioned it in the confession booth already, the move knight g4 is quite powerful. And this is an unusual move that you don't really expect so much. And the point is that this check on h6 is quite uncomfortable. Magnus mentioned h5 now, but after knight h6, indeed, he was spot on with his calculations here. g4, opening up the rook, starting an attack. Black still has the queen in the corner, the bishop is not developed, and the white attack is very powerful. So in this position, after knight g4, you would need to play something else. You probably need to take this pawn on d4. And now, well, white can either go knight h6 check, and maybe also here g4. Also, this exchange sacrifice is definitely in the air, and it's definitely something to consider. Now knight b5 and knight d5. Also here white has good compensation. So I think now we all understand why the storm is coming after d4, and also Hikaru will understand after castle knight g4, he is in for a tough ride.
Yeah, I think we have to zoom in on the players to see the body language. How is Hikaru reacting to this? Because now he feels the storm is coming. He might be seeing knight g4 ideas coming.
I find it interesting, the body language. That, I mean, Magnus was so happy in the confessional booth. He's in his book, right?
Yes.
He knows what he's doing. He's calculating. At the same time, he gives the impression at the board like, it's so difficult, it's so hard, I don't know what's going on, really, ooh. Don't you have the feeling? I mean, he's really so focused and concentrated, but he doesn't give away his emotions, how happy he is about the position.
Yeah, and now he gets up, but by that time Hikaru plays the move short castle, and Magnus, I think, wants to blitz out the move knight g4, or he wants to play it quite quickly in order to put some incredible pressure on Hikaru that, you know what, did you miss that move? That, because the whole point, Nicholas beautifully highlighted that it was always the fact that bishop h6 is the problem. Yeah, if white can play bishop h6, but it's refuted with c takes d4. Clearly, Hikaru was very happy spotting this nuance, because it was a very hidden nuance, and thinking that, all right, I'm the one hitting white center. So this, if not for knight g4, I would think that Hikaru's strategy works to perfection, because his pieces come to life. There is this spin along the long diagonal. Let's not forget about knight c2 fork and also knight takes d4 possibilities hang in the air. The real shocker is the move like knight g4, which only a true genius can foresee, and it is Magnus Carlsen, and he revealed it to us.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's quite amazing that when he played b4 in move 3, he saw all this, b4, knight e5, d4, knight g4, knight h6, h4, and none of the moves are really easy, right?
Yes.
Knight takes e5, that's an obvious move. But after that, to play d4, it is a complicated.
And there you go.
And knight g4 is on the board, and probably when Magnus stands up, maybe he wants to share some exciting lines in the confessional.
And I want to see Hikaru's face, how he reacts to this knight g4, because this is a shock. This is a total shock. He hadn't seen this coming, that's for sure.
And actually, it's a very rare idea which you can meet in classical chess, because how often it happens that in such a structure, your bishop is on h8, right? I mean, it can happen sometimes with the castling pattern, but not this kind of tactical position. I mean, why would your bishop be on h8?
Yes.
And you might tend to forget it, that actually there is a huge problem it can be. At the same time, of course, Nakamura notices that h6 is a weak square, but it was so obvious that after move d4, the bishop is brought to h6, and that's the only thing you have to be careful and calculate it immediately, because otherwise things are not happening too fast. But after knight g4, things are happening very fast, and Hikaru has to bring all his resourcefulness and skill of defense, which we heard from Magnus that he appreciates very much and respects, the strength, the power, the knowledge of Nakamura, the way he can defend. And give very tough resistance, but I'm curious.
How do you defend? Yeah, that's the big question. It's obvious that Hikaru would love to make the move h5, but if he realizes, and clearly now he realizes that, wait a second, it's not just about this knight h6 check, but about
Ooh, he already
G4.
wants to play a move so quickly.
Yeah, he's nervous. He wants to signal that I have seen it coming.
But if he
Believe
does-
me, it was a shock.
If he does not take on d4 here, his position will be very difficult. He needs to play bishop takes d4, but this is not a move you play in 2 minutes.
Yeah, he will never take bishop. But is bishop g7, for example, a possibility, and try to play knight h6 check, king h8?
Yes, but bishop h6 after bishop g7.
Ooh, and then queen c1, and then you go with the queen to h6.
All the dark squares will be so weak after this bishop disappears from the
Wow,
board.
this is amazing.
Look at the nerves.
That not bishop h6 first, but you go knight g4, and only after bishop g7 you
Yes.
throw out bishop h6 and
This is
exchange
insane.
the black squares bishops.
And then you will also have this queen c1, queen h6 idea, but also maybe you will already, just by opening up the long diagonal, create enough threats. Hikaru in a lot of trouble, and Magnus, I think, cannot be more happy. h5 will be played, and then we see knight h6, g4, another shocker.
And Magnus will maybe crush through.
It could easily be. It could easily be. Magnus also knows, he says that Hikaru is a brilliant defender, so he should not give him time to stabilize.
Yes, this is obviously the question, whether can black stabilize, and don't forget that white is keeping black busy. No time to bring the queen from a8, right? So each move, Magnus is posing treble or concrete questions to Hikaru. Like now, knight h6 is deadly dangerous, so black has to react some way. h5, bishop g7, bishop d4, making space for the king in one way or another.
Yeah, Hikaru's hand is somehow towards the h-pawn. It's so natural also because bishop g7, if you realize that bishop g7, bishop h6, that's what I wanted to avoid throughout the game. This h5, knight h6, king h7, okay, that knight on h6 is a bit strange. You might think that, yes, it looks dangerous with g4, but I might be... And he goes bishop g7. Okay. All right, now I'm very interested to see how Magnus will react that. For example, Nicholas, can you really say that knight h6 would be a mistake and bishop h6 is such an important nuance?
Yes, knight h6 check does not really amount to that much in this position. The king goes to h8, I keep my bishop on the board on g7. Yes, you can still follow up with g4, but now I have a much safer construction. You're not opening up my king, you're not opening up files for the rook, so this is definitely fairly safe for black, as safe as it can be in such a position. But yes, bishop h6 is just very powerful and it makes a lot of sense. You want to trade this bishop. Black has so many pawns on the light squares, so once this bishop is exchanged, you will just have huge issues on the dark squares. So for example, knight c2, queen c1, just to show, knight takes d4 and now bishop takes g7, the queen comes in and it will be all over quite quickly. So after bishop h6, if bishop h6 is played, then Nakamura is really facing a difficult decision. Either way, his bishop will be traded and he will have to face a strong attack on the dark squares without even having a lot of material for it. His queen is still out of the game. It's even hard to suggest a move. The computer's first line is f5, but this is weakening even more so the black king. Bishop takes g7, knight takes, knight h6, king h8, and now maybe I take on c5, I play g3. Let me just take, let me open up this diagonal, and it is looking absolutely horrible. So bishop h6, critical moment now. What do you guys think? Magnus will play this, right?
Well, I would love to see the camera, just to see that how excited Magnus is, because you have now beautifully highlighted the problems that black is faced with. Body language again signal like Magnus can hardly withhold himself. Yeah, he's about to make a move. Don't you get this impression that I want to crush as quickly as possible?
Absolutely, he just cannot believe it himself, I think, that, well, I go bishop h6, fantastic, I'm bringing my queen to c1 after that. And it's only move 7.
insane.
Right? It's only move 7, and maybe we can say that after bishop h6, white is almost winning from practical point
Yes.
of view. I mean, in the hands of Magnus, these kind of positions, is it 100% he has? or something very close, right?
I would say so.
I mean,
yeah.
Magnus is in great form. In the first 2 days, he showed his great decision-making skills. He made incredible decisions, while in some games, like against Rapport, draw was enough for him. He went for a queen sacrifice. And also in some other games, against Nodirbek, he showed his escape artist skills. And that was the moment, you remember I
Yes.
said, if he's surviving this one, he's winning the tournament. And we are seeing him in the finals. And he had also an incredible game yesterday playing against Fabiano. He played a pretty good game, I
Yes.
must say. He played powerful, he made good decisions. And I can't say that he won easily, but he won very convincingly against Fabiano. And today he plays against world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, move 7, and he has a huge advantage already. But we could see in the confessional booth his passion, like a little child. I'm playing b4, and then this and that, and he's sharing all the checkmate, and then knight g4, knight h6, g4. And it's like he's in his element, right, today. And, well, he will not be able to come up with g4 because there is no need to it. But at the same time, the simple bishop h6 can be enough for eliminating basically the main defender of black's position, because that's the only piece which holds together the black position. And even we can say that the pawn structure, I mean, he's controlling the center, which is also important.
Yes.
What is the knight on b4 doing for black, right?
Exactly. Yeah, everything is harmonious. The big question is psychological, yeah, that the move knight g4 was played instead of bishop h6. He plays knight g4, so he is tempted to continue playing with that knight. And then after bishop g7, now you have to change your mindset and switch to bishop h6. On the other hand, because you knew exactly you wanted to play the dark square bishops, just that one move before you were running into this tactical issue of c takes d4 and the hanging knights. So Magnus takes his time. I believe that definitely 100% that he will play bishop h6.
I can imagine very little chance that he's not going to play bishop h6 because, of course, he sees that the g7 bishop is the only defender. And I'm not even sure that what else you can consider in this position. Bishop g5 maybe first, or... I mean, you wouldn't consider d takes c5, right? I mean, black
Yes.
would be active, possibly with h5 already is a threat, actually.
Yeah, to give a tempo.
Pushing back your
Yes.
knight on g4.
No, yeah, bishop h6. Well, bishop g5 is a very correct question because actually we got carried away by bishop h6. If you would have not told me or we would have not got access to the computer, then it would mean like bishop g5, bishop h6, both very tempting, hitting the rook, maybe even provoking f6. On the other hand, maybe f6 will help black to cover the dark squares a bit. For example, if we are thinking about the potential trade of the dark square bishops, and then the queen on a1 will be so powerful while black is not having the pawn on f6. So in this special position, probably just going bishop h6 directly is the most logical.
Okay, but I ask a question, okay? So after bishop h6, can't black go d5? Like,
Yes.
really I want to counterattack because the c8 bishop is attacking the g4? I mean, probably there is a good chance that it doesn't work. The problem is that I cannot take back with the knight because you will give me a check. So I have to take with the king. Of course, it's scary.
Yes.
I have the feeling you will go d takes c5.
Yes, that's the first impression, but I'm also not sure. No. Okay, I saw king g8, knight e7 checkmate, but you have f6. If we go along this line, d takes c5, bishop takes g4.
Yeah, then you go knight d5,
Knight d5,
f6.
and you can play f6 just to show that king g8 runs into knight e7 checkmate. All of a sudden, that queen on a1, the sleeping queen, comes to life with devastating effect. So f6 has to be played. And if I have to play knight takes b4, then yes, I did already gain 2 pawns. but I haven't castled yet, but I'm just one move away and I have lovely structure, the queen is away, it should be winning.
Yes, I don't see how black can be in time in doing some counterplay, but okay, so let's go back. I don't give this opportunity for white. I should do somehow better.
Bishop
it seems
h6.
like I was slow.
And I feel like Magnus just says, okay, bishop a6 and let's go. Yeah, that's the impression I'm getting. But he's also doing absolutely the correct thing. Yeah, he still has almost an hour, 56 minutes on the clock. He knows that definitely his position should be very promising, nearly winning. You don't want to rush. One bad decision, and Hikaru is back in the game.
Yes, because actually, if you think about it, instead of bishop h6, if you bring back to that position, I mean, it's also kind of an idea to go d5, because positionally it would be great for white.
Yeah,
Your
but
b4 knight is completely out. I can play bishop h6 in the next move. If you go h5...
No, but I can play d6 and then I kick your knight, so you will be forced to play knight h6.
That's true.
That's I think that's one of maybe h5 already works, but just to highlight that, okay, if we did not give the check the move before, then what changed that we are more happy to give it here? Yeah,
That's true.
And it's all about, once you spot the move bishop h6, and it's very easy to convince yourself, but that's the move that I want to play. All the game we were talking about, and Magnus highlighted with his move, third move, knight f3. Sorry that I'm coming back, but it's so important that black can't play the move g6, which he would love to play because of d4, and I'm going for bishop h6 check, and we will be trading the dark square bishop, and that will be fantastic for white. So everything was set up for the fact that in this position, trading the dark square bishop will be always very beneficial for white.
Yeah, bishop h6 seems to be very, very powerful, and it's difficult for black to look for counterplay.
And can you play d6, for example? Let's just see this line, bishop h6, d6, similar idea that you had before. What changes?
Yes, bishop g7, king g7, right?
Yeah, if I don't lose on the spot, then I might just be clearly worse,
and the
but
same
not
thing
losing.
doesn't work, because after d takes c5, bishop g4,
Exactly.
knight d5, f6.
Now I'm happy.
Takes, d takes c5 at the end, right?
Yeah, that was the difference that I spotted. So clearly, of course, once I play the move d6, you are not putting this pressure on my center, yeah? So maybe I can just afford to move that knight away from
Yes,
from
after
g4.
king g7.
Yes, after king g7. Maybe you just fall back with the knight to e3 and says that, you know what, you have all these issues. By the way, after knight e3, it's not only this issue, but there is also the pin here. So d takes c5 is a deadly threat. I might not be able to defend against it.
Well, probably black has to capture on d4.
Yes, and then we know it's basically lost. Yeah, strategically it's lost. Yeah, the body then knight cd5, queen takes d4, g4, g5, and no, Magnus goes
And
d takes
Magnus
c5.
goes d takes c5.
Good news for Hikaru and his fans, because this might give Hikaru the chance to fight back.
So what is his best? h5?
Yeah, first of all, we need to calm down, because I feel like I was on 150 already, and I'm not sure that my brain is able to take the new challenges here. Magnus opted for d takes c5. This gives Hikaru a chance somehow maybe to get back into the game.
So first question is h5 the follow-up move for black, pushing back the knight to e3?
We have to start with this. And I think it's also fair not to ask Nicholas immediately, because then we are immediately biased, yeah, that the computer says, clear advantage, you have to go this way, that way. Hikaru blitzes out the move d5, so we expected dc. This is the Grunfeld spirit.
Yeah.
D takes c5. This is not true Grunfeld on the board.
But I'm very curious what is really going on, because I just wanted to ask, of course, d5 is the most natural move, and this is not something Magnus overlooked or anything like that. I'm expecting knight h6. That's the move which has to be checked first, I believe.
Yeah, and then king h8.
And maybe after king h8, you just go bishop b2 or something like that?
Wow, just like this, you place the knight on h6, and then you play bishop b2 like...
It's yours.
Yes,
It's yours.
yeah, it's beautiful, so let's just put it. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, how beautifully your brain works, that you see all these tactical possibilities that, you know what, I place the knight, please take it, but then clearly knight takes d5 just wins the game.
That's the dream if black takes it.
Yes. What a battery, according to the evil bar, bishop b2, unfortunately, does not work. Maybe black can play a move like d4. But it was nice, yeah. I want to highlight that, okay, let's just try to look at candidate moves, yeah, that what are the candidate moves after d5 that we are dealing with?
Well, knight h6 has already been played.
Knight h6 played, okay. So king h8 is also played, everything is logical, and now what are the options? Yeah, knight h6 was clearly the only move. Well, but I would like to add one thing, that now it's very beneficial for black that the center is opening up, that he has already castled. And white is the one who is missing castles. Forget about all these g4s. I don't think that g4 will make such a huge impact, but maybe yes, just curse of commentators. Is a move like g4 still on the agenda, or that's completely out of question? Opening up the bishop, true to Magnus style. After all, the rook is pinned, still pinned, yeah?
Yeah, g4 I like.
Of course. Okay, then let's go g4. And how happy we are that we did not castle. What a nonsense am I talking about that. It would be nice to castle, yeah? Forget about this. The computer, the evil bar at least, agrees, opening up the bishop, restricting the bishop on c8, so this bishop will never be able to develop on h3 with a check. And pin here, pin there.
Well, now c takes d5
here.
is a threat. So black has to react something in the center or to play bishop e6 because there is this very serious pin on the long diagonal. The knight on c3 is pinned.
Bishop e6 makes a lot of sense. Again, the Grunfeld spirit. Yeah, how many times in the Grunfeld d takes d5 is answered by bishop e6? I was so happy when I was like 9, 10 years old that they showed me that you don't need to recapture. You will recapture it later because you have the bishop on the long diagonal. Bishop e6, this is murky, this is tricky. This is not the one-way traffic that we were talking about, and Hikaru gets his counterplay. I warned everyone, never give Hikaru counterplay because he's coming, he's fighting back.
Interesting that Magnus did not play bishop h6, actually.
It's a very big miss. Psychologically speaking, yeah, that bishop h6 would have put Hikaru under so much pressure because there is no counterplay after that.
It's very unexpected to me that Magnus did not play that because it's for him it's easy as a baby smile to play bishop h6.
It felt like, yeah, it felt like, but maybe even he's a human after all, yeah, that I had this idea of going knight g4, knight h6, yeah, bishop h6 was an idea one move before, even before already, right from the start, but now circumstances changed. I don't know, did he maybe miss this d takes c5, d5, or are we just under the impression that because suddenly black gets activity?
No, but d5 he couldn't miss.
He couldn't miss d5.
He couldn't miss.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the only move which practically makes sense. I mean, with the energy that you cannot take en passant, you give it check. After that, there is no en passant anymore, right? So king h8, and now black is also very active. This is essential for black to open up the diagonal for the road for the bishop. Bishop on e6. And of course, I mean, what can we say about the knight on h6? It's not in danger, but it can get in danger at some point.
Yeah, and now I'm not feeling terrified from black's perspective at all with the knight on h6 because black got this typical human classical chess kind of setup with bishop g7, king h8, yeah? There is stability, and if that bishop lands on e6.
But maybe he wants to go Magnus bishop g5. Let's go bishop g5.
Really, just like this?
I don't know, I have the feeling that you have to play f6, but if you play f6, then I will come back to e3 or something.
Okay,
and,
so you say I should play
though
f6,
maybe you will trap my
f6.
knight.
Yeah, somehow this bishop will be loose because there is also knight c2 idea all the time. Yeah, where do you place that bishop? No, I'm not happy.
Then this was,
I'm not happy with bishop g5, but I'm not happy with anything here. That that suddenly this game becomes a Grünfeld and it's for 3 results.
Okay, then I have another question. What happens if C takes D5?
G4 on the board, of
G4
course.
on the board.
No other move was possible from Magnus. We have seen his mindset in this game, how many times he revealed G4.
Yes.
This G4 square he first used for his knight with knight G4, knight A6, G4 on the board. But bishop E6 is a tranquilo, is absolute Chilovic, this move, and it will be played. This is, believe me, over the board as a super player when you feel that you can make an aesthetically pleasing move and it gives you then the harmony and everything. That's such a satisfying feeling.
It is. At the same time, you know, I'm even thinking black can go queen b8, attacking the h2 pawn.
Like Fabi did yesterday,
Bringing queen to e5, being ready to...
And also just touching this h2 pawn.
What do you think about immediate queen b8?
Interesting, but also bishop e6 was so tempting. So we are already talking about 2 tempting moves, while 5 minutes ago we were burying Hikaru that, oh my God, bishop a6, he will be crushed. Maybe the game will be finished in miniature style in 15 moves. Well, none of this will ever happen anymore. It's not relevant because, and Hikaru removes his jacket. He feels I'm back in the game, back in business.
Yeah. Yeah, it is so interesting how in one move the game shifts from a very, very passive position, great opportunity, great attack from Magnus. Suddenly it's no. Things are not so simple anymore. Where is your a1 queen will be going out of the pin? What happens on the d file? How active and powerful your h6 knight going to be?
And Magnus was rushing to the bathroom. He senses that this will be a very tough battle, and he was running. Even his chair flipped. Yeah, it's not... Magnus's jacket plays against Hikaru, right?
And I think bishop e6 will be on the board.
Bishop
this
e6.
Is the movement I see in Nakamura's.
I have a fascinating line for you guys that I want to show you.
Wow. But wait a second, because I think Hikaru will play. I want to see him on camera making his move, and then immediately we jump to you, Niklas.
Let's maybe even zoom in.
Let's zoom fully. Yes, absolutely.
Chair versus Hikaru right now.
And Hikaru is about to make his move.
He's teasing us.
Absolutely.
But he feels good.
No, he must feel good. Yes, bishop e6 on the board.
On the board, yeah, bishop e6.
So natural to develop the bishop, defend the pawn on d5.
Wow, and Magnus, let's see the reaction. Magnus, how happy you are. What happened here in the last couple of moves? This is not everybody's game.
And I think Magnus feels something is not right. What has happened in the last few moves?
And Hikaru gets up. Yeah, I have done my job. d5, bishop e6, and well, Judith, you are the boss. You should decide, when we go to Niklas. But I also feel that it's very nice to see Magnus's, and look at Hikaru. This is gold. To see that how happy he is. Yes, you got it. Vision, nothing. Now I'm going for a walk. Now I'm enjoying myself.
Okay, Niklas, you said you want to give us something very spicy,
very
interesting.
special.
I felt that's something very important there.
Yes, there's a very, very beautiful, interesting line here after bishop e6. So you need to do something with white. Black is threatening to take on d4, basically. So you either take on d5, but if you take on d5, then black can recapture, and you still have this pin going on, and maybe you have a bit of an advantage, but it's not much for white. Maybe bishop takes d5 was maybe wrong. Knight takes d5 seems much more logical. Now you have to go bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5. Maybe I can play b6. I definitely have decent play here. So there is the move queen b2, which makes sense. You just hit the knight on b4. And what I want to show is that after a5, now black just protects the knight on b4. And we can take on d5. Knight takes, bishop takes, and now knight takes d5. We can sacrifice the queen here with white. Bishop takes b2, bishop takes b2, and this is crazy because you only have 2 pieces for the queen, but the bishop is so powerful. You have g5 still coming. You have some mating threats against the king that this is actually an advantage for white, a clear advantage. But I feel like it's very difficult to evaluate. As much as Magnus loves queen sacrifice, as he has shown several times already in this tournament, it would be quite something to see this appear on the board. So I just want to point out this line. Queen b2 now definitely the most challenging move for black. But black also has to move d4 after queen b2. So he doesn't have to allow this queen sacrifice. But then again, I'm curious to hear your opinion. It's quite rare and quite surprising to see that you can sacrifice your queen against 2 minor pieces. And it's more than enough compensation. You're even better.
I'm fascinated with the lines you gave, Nicholas, to us, this queen b2 and sacrificing the queen. What we see here in this game, it is quite amazing. It is really true to the finals. The 2 giants are battling it out with having an amazing move for b4, pawn sacrifice by Magnus already in the very beginning. Later on with all the action in the center with d4. Seeing Magnus being so optimistic and cheerful and happy with his attack. At the same time, he knew that Nakamura is an incredible defender himself, and it will be not easy, and this is what we are witnessing right now, that Nakamura showed his defensive skills. And look at that, what a tension we have. But while Magnus is thinking in this critical moment, we are going for a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we are back in a few minutes and break it down what is really happening in the finals between Hikaru and Magnus.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Arjun, congratulations. What a day of chess for you. After losing yesterday, you first struck back in the Clasical, won the first rapid game and now held a tricky endgame. Out of the 3 games today, which one was your favorite?
I think I should go with the Clasical game because there were quite some beautiful moments in that.
What was your favorite moment in that game? Was there something you were particularly proud of?
F4 followed by Queen D8 was very cool to play. Like F4, E4, Bishop F6, G6, Knight G4 is crushing, and after Knight E4, Queen D8 is such a cool move to play. You don't really get to play such moves often.
How does it feel to win this match after a long day of chess?
It feels great. Obviously, not in contention for first anymore. That is disappointing. But I have, in this must-win kind of situations, I have done quite poorly. So winning this game definitely boosts my confidence in such situations.
Prag stayed here the whole time you were playing. Is it nice to have that support out of a close friend while you were playing?
Yeah, it is definitely nice. I jokingly said maybe you should stay back, and I didn't think he would actually stay, but I'm happy to have such a friend.
I did an interview with him and he wanted to be done before the game started because he wanted to take a look. Tomorrow you're playing Maxime. Are you looking forward to that match?
Yeah, very much. We have played quite a few times, and many games I got better, but he's always very, very tricky and has this great tricky resources he finds. So it's always a pleasure playing against him.
And finally, something else, the final, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. What's your prediction? Who will win it?
I think Magnus will win it.
Arjun, thank you very much. Congrats again and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hikaru, congratulations. You're the first player through to the final after beating Vincent today. How does it feel to be the man to take him down?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. Of course, I don't know how the analysis went before the game, but in the white side, I think everyone listened to Magnus or something like this, and they all played c4. And when I was analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, we sort of were very unhappy with this d4, d5, b3, and then, of course, Vincent played it, so I had to figure it out at the board. I thought what I did with knight d6 and the c5 made sense, but it was very complex, and I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this h4 move, which I think was bad to begin with. And then it kind of went downhill because I was able to queenside castle, and it was just a tough position to play. So, I mean, that's the danger is I think Vincent overestimated, but he thought he was better, and then it's kind of gone, and it's, like, very hard. Like, I did this yesterday where I thought I was better, I missed it, and then I kept trying to keep the game going. And I felt that Vincent did the same thing today, where he sort of lost a sense of danger, and then once I got to castle queenside, I mean, it was very hard to play. He was very resourceful, and he found this bishop takes f5. I already thought I was close to winning, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win.
How much does it mean to you to be in the final?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next.
Yeah, I think we're hearing something behind us. The game did just end, so Magnus will be your opponent. Is that the dream final?
I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer Random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Should be fun.
Can you tell us what happened the last time you faced him in a match in this format?
Well, I mean, that was 2018. I think I lost by 2 or 3 points. I don't remember the score. Trying to think if I've actually even played him anywhere recently. Since 2018, I don't think I've played Magnus actually in Fischer Random. I don't think. But whatever. It's a chance to play him, and it'll be fun.
Will you change anything in your approach, your preparation, or just continue as you have so far?
No, I mean, I think it'll be more of the same. I think just keep analyzing with Fabi and Nepo, and, hopefully good things happen.
Hikaru, congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Magnus, congratulations. You're through to the final after beating Fabi today. You will be playing Hikaru, which is probably the fans' dream final. Would you rather have played Hikaru or gotten revenge against Vincent?
At the moment, I'm not really thinking about that. I'm just really happy to have gotten through today, and yeah, I think Hikaru played a very good game today, and yeah, it's a very strong opponent.
And as for your own game?
I think I did really well for a while. Then he started to dig in and defend, and my energy kind of dipped quite a bit, and after that it was, I think, pretty random. But the way the time control works is that you don't get more time. So at a certain point, it was clear that I was a little bit up on time, so I thought I'll try and pressure him and try and make something happen quickly. And yeah, fortunately for me, it worked better than I could have imagined.
It's clear you're not at the top of your shape, but that's due to being under the radar rather than not being happy with the chess today.
I'm just happy to be through to the finals. Like I could sense, of course, that Fabi was not at his top, like at his best physically, and I think there's just something going around here that's that's leaving a lot of people like a little less than 100%, but gotta try and make the best of it.
Magnus, we'll let you go get some rest. Congratulations and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Maxime, congratulations. After losing yesterday's first game, today you first bounced back in the classical game, and now you just won the tiebreak. How does it feel to win this match?
Yeah, it was very nice because after 2 losses in a row with Fabi as well, I really wanted to play better, and yeah, today it worked out pretty well.
Do you feel you played a lot better today?
For sure, I was feeling sharp in terms of openings. Tactics.
And what was your experience like of playing the playoff here against Nodirbek?
Yeah, these were 2 very, very double-edged games. Especially the first one, I was in big trouble. And second one, I was happy with the way I found his bishop f5, and then you're symmetric, but my bishop is a bit better, and it worked out very well, even though I was losing some tempi. So at least it was an interesting concept.
It's not clear yet who you will play tomorrow. It will be either Nepomniachtchi or Erigaisi. Do you have a preference?
I never have a preference.
And finally, let me ask you for a prediction. We have a big final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'll be boring.
And go with Magnus?
Yes.
Well, Maxime, congratulations once again and best of luck for your own match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Prag, congratulations. You won your last match against Richard Rapport. I imagine it's nice to finish the tournament on a high note.
Yeah, it's good to finish the tournament with two match wins, but still kind of feels funny, yeah, when you congratulate for ninth place finish. But yeah, I think it was a good experience to play this classical time control. I think there is a lot of scope to improve in freestyle format.
What are the takeaways that you are taking home with you from Paris?
I think I really need to work on my the way I develop it with white, because somehow I'm getting worse positions in all the games. I think I scored 2.5 out of like 7 or 8, and now in all these 3 games I was also completely worse at some point. So yeah, I think the opening phase is something to work on.
You mentioned that playing for these last places is a bit frustrating. I think you're not the only one who expressed that opinion, and we have listeners. Jan-Henrik Britten announced yesterday a different format. Have you already heard about the changes?
No, I didn't watch the interview, but I did hear from him some changes, and making it shorter will definitely be interesting for the viewers, and also I think we'll have rapid for 9th place matches I think in the future. So yeah, that will also be welcomed by the players. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and yeah, I really enjoyed this format. That yeah, the main thing for me is that I don't have to prepare. After going back, I can just relax and just come fresh for the game. I think that's a big difference for all of us, and I think that's something that we all like.
Do you think when you go home you will look at some freestyle chess positions and study a little bit more the ideas, because for you it was the first big tournament? So do you feel maybe there's a little bit of catching up to do with the others?
No, certainly. But maybe I won't study right now because I have GCT coming up next, so I'll probably start focusing on them. But whenever I get to play next time, I'll make sure I have enough time to prepare and try to spend a week or 2 just going through these positions and try to understand how everything works.
And finally, we have playoffs starting momentarily right behind us. You are still here. I imagine that you're rooting for your friend Arjun.
Yeah, but I'm also excited just to follow the playoffs. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So yeah, I'm looking forward to just watching, and I hope Arjun win as well.
Do you have some thoughts on the big final tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura?
It's going to be interesting match. I mean, Magnus is definitely a favorite in this format against anyone. I think he's the most well prepared for this format, and I think it also suits him. So he has very good understanding where the pieces has to go, and I think this is a very important skill in this format. So yeah, Magnus is a favorite, but again, anything can happen.
Well, Prag, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Congrats again on the win today, and best of luck for GCT.
Thank you.
We're back in Paris for the Freestyle Chess Series of Grand Slam. Finals here in Paris, and it cannot be more interesting than what we are seeing right now in the position between Magnus and Hikaru, because it started out as a very interesting, very sharp pawn sacrifice by Magnus. He was very happy. It was so dangerous for Hikaru from the very beginning. And then in move 7 or move 8, when there was a crucial moment, which we can say almost in any move in this game ever since, for sure, Magnus did not play the powerful bishop h6, which we talked about before the break, but he captured a pawn, and it gave enough time for Hikaru to breathe, to make one move, and he broke out with this d5 central move, attacking the knight on g4, which was there. And what is this now, Peter? What do you think? Because Magnus is thinking now for more than 10 minutes already, so he must feel not so comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, he's also way behind on the clock. I feel like the Pandora box has been opened. It's out there. There is no safety. It's anybody's game. And knowing what happened before, yes, maybe objectively speaking, if you look at numbers, you think with the computer's mind, then white is still better. But in my mind, chess players are so much more than numbers. We are carrying all these emotions inside us. One of the reasons why, as a strategy, why I'm so positional, because my heart cannot take all these things. Yeah. If I play bishop h6 and everything is logical, then everything is fine. But once the chaos gets out of control and you lose the logical way of thinking, then it's so difficult to keep the balance. And Magnus's heart rate still shows kind of like he is more or less in balance, but he is so unhappy. What did he write on his score sheet? He wrote something down on his score sheet. I'm not happy. This is what, how did this happen? He's definitely, actually, are you allowed to write anything on your score sheet at all? I'm not sure, but he was really writing something.
Is it forbidden to write anything?
Wesley got forfeited in St. Louis.
You cannot write your move in advance, right?
Yeah, you cannot write your move in advance. You cannot really write anything on your score sheet. So it's interesting. Okay, it's a freestyle event. I have zero idea what are the official rules, but it's kind of funny. It shows that Magnus is somehow out of his comfort zone. We have been seeing him such a cheerful mood. It looked like it will be a massacre, one-way traffic whatsoever, and Hikaru is alive, and I think he has all the reasons to believe that I will have all the chances in this game.
Well, one thing is sure, that he is not visiting the confessional booth, telling us all the fun and entertaining lines, because he's much more busy than that now with his position. But before the break, we also discussed, Nicholas showed us and highlighted that there is a very interesting way of playing with white, playing queen b2, and possibly later on, after if black would be playing a5, white can sacrifice the queen for compensation, which I'm pretty sure Magnus is thinking about that. But as the whole spirit of the position changed in the last 2 to 3 moves, suddenly black became, we can even say that maybe not more active, but partly almost more active. Because before it was clearly that white takes the initiative, white is the one who is steering the game this way, that way. While after bishop e6, which you liked very much, yes, the move, it is very important move because it makes stability on the d5 pawn.
And also it connects the queen and the rook.
And connects the rook.
Yeah, there is no more pin. For example, after the move queen b2, I will never ever look in the queen sacrifice direction from black's perspective, because that looks like a horror. After queen b2, I will playing the move d5, d4. That's the Grünfeld spirit. That's clearly the move that it's also on Hikaru's mind, because opening up the long diagonal, giving up the bishop even for the queen is a no-go for black. Then this king on h8 will be in such a big danger. But queen b2, d4, and also here we see the benefit that with the bishop on c8, all this d4 would not be possible, because queen b4, dc, the rook would be hanging on d8. Now we say thank you very much, queen d8, and we are the one who are suddenly threatening with queen d1. Clearly after d4, white will have to move the knight somewhere, but I feel that also then the knight on e8 makes perfect sense, because it covers the d6 square. So it's not like white can just move away with the knight and then comfortably enter on d6, because that square is already protected.
Yes, indeed. And what you just said before, that the g7 bishop is so important that black is not even ready probably to give up for a queen, exactly, which is very important, because it's this kind of fianchetto bishop is very close to my heart from the King's Indian, of course, and in many other fianchetto positions, that it simply gives the biggest...
And Magnus made a move, sorry.
Yeah, c takes d5. It gives the biggest safety feeling for black, the g7 bishop. Let's see what Magnus has in mind after c takes d5. Which one black will be capturing? Is it with the knight or the bishop?
Well, knight is the most tempting one. Of course, clearly we also need to adjust to new situation, because I felt like cd5 is not a move that white really wants to play if he's fighting for an advantage. It's more like you kind of settle that, oh my God, what I have done, I had such a great position, I had so many fantastic possibilities, and all of a sudden black is becoming more active. It's almost like a bailout, a safety net, that, okay, after cd5, I kind of keep things under control, even if black might escape and I have to give up on advantage.
Well, yeah, of course we would like to know what Magnus has in his mind after c takes d5. Is he still thinking that he should be better and he's playing for a win and trying to pose challenges to Hikaru? Or he thinks that, well, I misplayed it. I don't know where, but somehow I misplayed it because it felt so good, that position.
Yeah, let's make a move. For example, if I capture back with the knight on d5, which is the most natural move, putting pressure on the long diagonal, you are pinned. You have moves like, I don't know, I even don't want to...
What about playing now bishop b2? I know that I'm always going to this direction.
I wanted to say bishop, but since I was playing knight d5, I wanted you to, I did not want to push you in any direction. So yes, bishop b2, but then I already take on c3 and I will have some queen d1 appearing sooner or later, no? How is this working? Knight takes c3, you have to take on d8.
Rook d8, queen d8, bishop c3.
Yes, now also very good news that I even don't have to react because my bishop is protected, so I have one extra move. Even somewhere some queen h4 might be very tempting. Can I go queen h4?
Indeed, but after queen h4 I had the idea, which is probably not so good, bishop g7, knight g7. I was thinking if knight f5 works.
Yes, this knight f5 is
but
always
I think it's not good enough because you capture it with the bishop and then you have queen h3, queen f5.
Yes, I always have this queen h3 check in the pocket. So, for example, this takes, and then check, picking up the pawn. Black should be safe. It's just an illustration that some very logical moves. Also, we have seen that here, computer was already highlighting that black is somehow better. At least, computer thinks that black has absolutely zero problems. So this probably is not what Magnus considers as the critical line for him. But then what? Because otherwise, you might have to take bishop takes d5, and this is a move that neither you and I want to play.
Yeah, but maybe white has to.
Yeah, because of the tempo.
We have to look bishop takes d5.
Yes, we have
bishop d5.
Well, bishop or rook? This is now also a big question with black, that how do I recapture, no? There is even some idea, something tells me rook d5 in order to have queen d8 as quickly as possible.
But after queen d5, I go bishop b2. I'm trying it every time. Once it will work.
Yeah, well, now, of course, because now you have the dark squares, yeah?
And the thing is that after bishop b2, rook d1, I'm capturing it with the knight.
Solid stuff.
Knight d1, and I will be happy.
But queen d8 or queen... Okay, I have compared... This is... How can we compare this position that we have seen before? Suddenly, all of black pieces, queen to d8, queen to c8. Okay, let's put it on d8. I know I'm already overexcited. Maybe this is not the best move, but I just want to say that, yeah, chess is played on emotions, and the emotions tell us that black is very much in the game.
Yes, and you as a Grunfeld player, of course, I also played Grunfeld, by the way, but not so much as you did. But of course, black has significant compensation. I mean, the c5 pawn is not so powerful. Also, this g4 is more of a weakness than a powerful attacker move at this stage without the white square bishop.
Why I was looking around, because suddenly I saw that is computer suggesting in this position a move like f6? That would be also kind of a very funny little move, because then black doesn't allow the trade of the dark square bishop. Yes, the bishop on g7 is kind of stuck, but the knight on h7 becomes an issue. There are even such ideas that Magnus has to take into account. Very tricky. I don't know. I'm not believing anymore. Already long I have given up after bishop e6 that Magnus is a favorite in this game.
Well, let's go back to c takes d5 and what happens after knight d5. Because it's interesting that Hikaru is thinking about the fact how should he continue the game. Because maybe he might be thinking not even capturing back on d5. What do you think?
Or taking back with the bishop in order so that against bishop d5 to play knight takes d5. Is that a possibility? Okay, knight takes d5 was so tempting and natural, but bishop takes d5 gives white stability. Yeah, so clearly I'm kind of very happy for black that he's in the game, but after knight d5, bishop d5, white has nothing to worry about. Yeah, just so that Magnus fans out there can calm down. I'm not claiming that and knight takes d5 on the board. I'm just very happy for black to be back in the game, and we are seeing a fascinating battle.
Oh, absolutely. I believe black has a very nice game. And maybe, Nicholas, can you share your thoughts and what you analyzed there? What is the evaluation to start with in this position? And can white think of something more than somehow to bail it out?
White is definitely still better objectively, but of course, as Peter has highlighted, compared to the kind of positions we saw earlier, compared to what Magnus had hoped for, like a crushing attack, completely steamrolling Nakamura, none of this has happened. Black has stabilized. Yes, black is down a pawn, but he does have compensation. After knight takes d5, yes, also bishop takes d5 was interesting, but knight takes d5 makes a lot of sense. And here, white is forced to take this knight, because bishop b2, the line that you highlighted, knight takes c3. Now we can see there's not a lot of coordination for white. White needs to take on d8, queen takes d8, bishop takes c3, and the queen is activated to g5, and black is definitely not worried at all here. So after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5 is a must. And now it's a big question how you recapture with the bishop or with the rook. There can be an argument made for both. Maybe rook takes d5 in the end is the better move.
Yes, more natural, yes.
And here you would also trade on d5, because bishop b2, as you highlighted, Peter, already. Now rook takes d1, knight takes d1. And the surprising f6 is quite annoying, because suddenly the knight on h6 is in some trouble, is now threatened to be taken, and white has to go queen c1, and black definitely has compensation. So instead of playing bishop b2, white should take on d5, and after bishop takes d5, maybe now stabilize the knight going g5. And also here black has compensation for being a pawn down. I think the computer wants to go b6, which I'm not so sure about, because it also feels like the pawn on c5 can be weakness. But either case, Nakamura will be quite happy, regardless if he takes the rook on d5, if he takes with the bishop. He has compensation. He is absolutely in the game. He's even up on clock right now by 10 minutes, which can be also relevant as the players are approaching time trouble slowly. So this is definitely a position for all three results, and we can expect a great fight here.
Absolutely. The game is shifting to a completely different area and different prospects in this game than it was before a few moves ago. And now white has to take care of this h6 knight right now. Probably white would be more happy to have it more closer to the king on f1. And now, indeed, it's a question, how will white continue? And if after bishop d5, there is a big question, I think, for black, whether, and bishop d5 is on the board. So now the question is for Hikaru, which capture to decide on?
He will take with the rook. I'm absolutely positive, because you want to free that d8 square for the queen. It's so much more harmonious. You have also felt like my only problem is this queen on a8. Everything else is already perfect. And Hikaru is about to make his move.
And Hikaru was, during the whole game, behind the clock quite significantly. But after this bishop e6 move, things have turned around, because Magnus and bishop d5
he takes
is
with bishop. Okay, that's a surprise.
Commentator's curse.
Yes, that surprises me, but it also shows that he's already very confident. He's not spending any time. He thinks like, maybe he was considering that, okay, rook d5, bishop d5, both are possible, both are more or less equal. I want to put Magnus under pressure on the clock, and Magnus is under 25 minutes, and this is not a classical given a sense that after move 40 you get a new time control. This, if you get into a time trouble, it's an eternal time trouble.
And it seems by the Hikaru's moving away from the table that he feels comfortable, he feels good about it. He knows that it's quite challenging for white to handle this position, because the white queen on a1 is not happy there in the pin of from the g7 bishop.
Yeah, that black bishop is heading towards the c6 square, which will be lovely. It's a protected square. It eyes all the long diagonal. Before it was white's bishop on h1. That was a monster, was pinning black's construction all the time. But with bishop on c6 and white's king, okay, one could argue that now that white has given up the light square bishop, it's good that he is not castled, but still this king on f1 will never feel completely safe. Somewhere, of course, if white would be able to trade the dark square bishops, then once again we will be calling the position clearly in white's favor. Then the dark squares are a problem. White would also then comfortably in later phase of the game get this f3 king f2 stability, but this is very far away. We have also seen this resource of f6 if white is trying to trade the bishops on the long diagonal. Judith, whom would you prefer? Because knowing that you are an active and very aggressive player, I kind of know the answer. Is that true?
I'm not sure who to take, because I feel that I would be probably kind of happy from the black side.
Exactly. That's what I was expecting, that you would always take black. 10 out of 10 in this position.
Yeah, I mean, g4 is on the board, which is very close to my heart, but I feel that it gives more a weakness right now to my king than an attack towards the black king. And I do not have good feelings about the f1 king, because obviously white is never going to castle anymore, because it doesn't make any sense. At the same time, I also don't like it, what might happen on the d file after what you said, bishop c6 can be very unpleasant. And also the problem is for white that I can't really visualize it, how things can go very well for white. Bishop b2, which we were talking about.
Yes.
And
it gets a double extra, but this is the most natural human move. You cannot make another move. Clearly you are fighting against the pin. You are developing your bishop. The knight is clearly not hanging because knight takes d5 is a problem. So we are expecting the bishop to move. Bishop c6 or bishop e6. Somehow bishop c6 looks so much more natural to also stop knight e4.
Yes, because otherwise if knight e4 I wouldn't care that much. Even bishop c4 would be something I would possibly consider to put pressure on the e2 pawn. But bishop c6 seems to be the most natural way of continuing from black side, absolutely.
Yeah, let's put the bishop on c6. Will white eventually cement that knight with g5 and then say that, you know what, this knight will after all create problems. Probably white should play, and then you will activate the rook via g3 and then try to combine and control things on the dark squares.
But somehow, sometimes I still try to make it work to play knight f5, giving up the knight and then open up the g file, but it never works, right?
Yeah, well, my feeling was that there when black played bishop e6, if there is a moment knight f, but it was not working. Ever since that knight f5 is not threatening anything, I don't believe that this really could be a problem.
Now is bishop h6 a threat? A deadly threat, because knight jumps away, bishop g7, and piece up for black, right? So white has to be careful. Now the question is whether g5, as you mentioned.
Yes, I think so. It's a logical.
What about queen c1?
I don't like it, because somehow queen c1, I still need to control the first rank, the back rank, the knight on h6. I feel that this queen might be overloaded. It might be a move, but somehow to keep this diagonal. Also, I'm hoping somehow that with g5 I will manage to move my knight and provoke a trade on the trade of the dark square bishops. But I understand, queen c1 is also a possibility.
Well, and also after g5, maybe I'm going to be playing f6 and open up the f file, and the f1 king can be in trouble.
Yes, if you can open up the f file, then definitely.
And what can stop me doing so?
Yes, good question. A good move, maybe, a stunning move, but I don't see it yet. Don't see the stunning moves. Okay, g5, f6, completely out of control. And what about your queen c1 move? Queen c1 trying to get stability. Basically, the evaluation bar says that both moves are equally possible, but yeah, what are the follow-ups? That's the big question. Is now black having time to activate the knight, but I don't know, somehow I don't feel that I have time. I want to do something with the queen on a8 intuitively.
Yeah, if you go to c7, I have already moved rook d6.
Yeah, you have... No, knight c7 is not...
By the way, maybe queen f4 is a threat kind of move. If I could make one more move, I would go queen f4 probably.
Yeah, that's one of the arguments for knight c7, because I'm stepping into queen f4, but then I have knight e6, and I don't think you can take on f7 because the knight will be pinned.
But then rook d8.
Yeah, crazy lines. So much to calculate. Hikaru is spending his time. Okay, I was advocating for rook takes d5. It was more natural to me, but Hikaru somehow felt that this is fine for him. He's happy. Was it correct?
But black has to move away his bishop, right? This is a fact.
He needs to.
He cannot do anything else.
Yeah, knight takes d5 is a winning threat. Hikaru is about to make a move. I think he will clearly play bishop c6. It's just so difficult to imagine going to e6.
And he's also eating up his time, which is very good for Magnus. That is not only him who is spending time. And
yeah, but Magnus again find the way how to stabilize. Yeah, chaos. We are praising that, yeah, black is getting fantastic counter chances, and all of a sudden, yeah, black has chances, but actually also white has a very solid construction, yeah, on the dark squares.
Well, it's very important for white to stabilize the knight on h6. And also the other thing what white should be paying attention a lot, I think, the main thing what he has to take care of, the a8 queen cannot be allowed to come to h4, to f4, to activate itself.
Exactly.
So that would be the main aim for white.
Queen appears somehow on f4 or on h4. Oops. The arrows are not...
Maybe we can zoom in on the players, because Magnus is giving some face expressions.
Let's zoom in.
And I see that he's kind of not happy.
But this is also tricky Magnus, yeah? Sometimes he looks bored, like nothing is happening, and he's waiting for that moment, yeah? That, okay, now I'm happy again.
No, I think he just doesn't understand what has happened. What has happened from his incredible, beautiful position with the how sharp ideas he had.
And
he developed. And bishop e6.
Okay, somewhat surprising, but it's clear that he wants to keep an eye on the f7 pawn.
Well, maybe more than that. Maybe g5 is on the board.
G5 blitzed out, yeah. So Magnus wants to stabilize.
And also with having bishop on e6, it will be maybe not so easy for white to come back with the knight to g4.
Exactly.
Bishop h3 check is there, for example.
Yeah, bishop h3 check, but okay, bishop h3 check maybe is just an empty check. Then king e1, white will anyway play rook g3. And because of the dark squares, white king on e1 will feel quite safe. That's not an issue. But why Hikaru felt that rook takes d5 was not the right move? I'm trying to understand, because I'm not liking this, that I'm kind of stuck, the queen protects, and as long as there is this crazy status quo, I cannot really activate the queen, and I never want to take on d1 because it will help white putting up this kind of pressure on the long diagonals. So.
But maybe he wanted to keep the option that he brings his queen to c8, and then the c5 pawn is attacked already immediately or very fast. My question is now, will black go f6 and open up the position?
Yeah, that was one of your main ideas in the other position.
But maybe it's not good. Now
coming.
it's knight e4.
Yes. That's why basically we wanted to put the bishop on c6 to cover this e4 square when the long diagonal is opening up.
Okay, so this would be probably a mistake for black. So another question. If queen b8, then probably white is ready to take on d8 and knight e4, I guess.
Yes.
And try to simplify the position. And once we have the exchange of the black square bishop, things can be again very good for white.
Yes. Well, that was the reason why I think we both preferred bishop c6 so much, yeah, that this knight on e4 should never be allowed. So all eyes on Hikaru. How he wants to justify his decision. Bishop takes d5 and bishop e6. Two somewhat surprising decisions, and all of a sudden Magnus stabilized. And the way how Magnus sits, I think, is now more comfortable than 1-2 moves ago. Don't you get this impression?
I don't think he's worried too much about being in trouble in this position. But it is really interesting whether bishop e6 was a bad choice by black, and mainly because of this critical e4 square of the knight. That if the knight can show up on e4, then suddenly again white takes the initiative, we can say. And also what is interesting after g5, the rook on g3 for white.
Yes.
Will be very powerful, yes. Yeah? Defending the checks on h3, also blocking if the queen goes to b8, yes. Completely blocks that whole diagonal, so the h2 pawn is not going to be in danger. Even after that, white can bring the king to g2 or g1. It's kind of very safe for white. So the rook on g3 is a very powerful piece in defense and attack, and just in general it stands very, very well.
Yeah, Hikaru is pondering on his move. It's a little bit disappointing now, the position for Hikaru, because he might have expected more counterplay or more fireworks, but Magnus managed to stabilize.
I have a question. I have an idea. Can black go b6, activate his queen that way?
Well, it makes sense. b6 makes a lot of sense.
Because, of course, after b6, you will not go rook g3 because queen h1 check and I capture, yes. And bishop h3 after that. So to open up the position, and if, let's say, if you take it.
Okay, no, I think I take on d8 and I play knight e4. I don't ever want to touch this cb6. So if you play b6, I will just take on d8, take and stick to my original plan that I think Magnus has set up.
But then I can take b takes e5.
Yes, but...
And you cannot take it. We can make it on the board.
We can make, yes? Okay, let's make some moves. Yeah, so b6, rook d8.
Yes.
Queen d8, knight e4 was my way of...
I take b takes c5.
And okay, now I have to come up with a nice... Because now I'm strategically clearly better. Maybe I just play rook g, some quiet little move stabilizing. Okay, first I take on g7 so that I force your knight to g7.
Takes.
Eliminate all kind of f6 possibilities.
Actually, I could go bishop h3 check first. I'm not sure I'm happy, but after bc5, I have all these queen a5 checks.
Yeah, but also. I have a nice blockading square on c3, so I'm also happy. Okay, let's continue with the plan that we discussed. Yeah, rook g3, stabilizing, and I'm happy. I'm super happy, and I feel that Magnus would also be very happy. Now this is
and after queen d5?
This is a horrible construction. Okay.
Why are you so happy?
Well, because if I see, okay, rook e3, stabilizing, cemento.
Well, a2 is hanging. You don't care about that.
Okay, even
one,
then
yeah?
I'm getting a lovely endgame. Now I just feel that it's a risk-free position for white, and I was so worried a couple of moves ago that The Pandula box is opened up. Who knows? It's a 3 results. Now I'm completely sure that it's about 2 results.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5. So if I move my knight, you want to checkmate me on h1. Yeah, very tricky. If I play f3, I'm weakening my structure. So, okay, I can come back with a knight to g3 maybe and harass your bishop.
And you think you will be happy after
bishop h3 checking, e1. Yeah, now slowly all my pieces get to the dark squares. Yes, I'm happy. Rook d8, I have rook d3. I have this.
I know, and after queen g5, you have knight
takes f7. Yes.
I know your trick.
Okay, but we have to show it, yeah, because this is so beautiful. Knight takes f7, rook f7, rook e8, and suddenly checkmate. Those are the ideas. Yeah, this dark squares, the queen on a1 has not moved yet, but it's very much in the game. So, okay, we just highlighted a couple of ideas for both sides, and all eyes on Hikaru that how he will now fight, because he has opened up the c4 square. He moved the bishop back to e6, and white will get access to the c4 square at the right moment.
Okay, so I have another question. If rook d1, then obviously you go knight takes d1, right?
Yes, I feel that, yes, but I'm even not forced, but yeah, I think so. It would be a natural move.
Yeah, this I'm not so happy with black to do.
Yeah, Hikaru removes the jacket, the same story.
Serious stuff is going on the board. Time to take off the jacket. Because after g5, things have changed again. Yeah. And this is the big thing for the giants, the best players in the world. And this is why chess is so difficult, no matter whether it's freestyle or classical or whatever. Chess itself can be so difficult to sense the moment, when it's the turning point, right?
Yes.
I mean, 1 move ago, we considered if the bishop goes to c6, out of the 64 squares, e4 is crucial to cover for a bishop. Now that black went to e6, it was not very logical that g5 will be played, and the h3 square, for example, is not just as important as the e4.
Yeah,
Rook
Hikaru plays rook d1. Yeah, he wants to lure the knight away from e4. Yeah, so that's why he takes on d1. Knight takes d1. Probably we'll follow it up with f6. The move that we have heard from computer when white's pawn was on g4. Of course, now it's a much better construction for white, but still it makes perfect sense for black to challenge that construction there.
Interesting moment again. How Magnus will be capturing back on d1. Knight d1 seems to be the natural continuation. At the same time, queen d1 might be something to consider, but is it really something to consider?
And he captures with a queen. That's a surprise. Okay, that's a surprise, because now, again, knight e4 is impossible due to the pin.
But what does he want to do on queen c8?
I get the feeling like black gets some time. No, b6, queen
and look,
c8.
Hikaru also doesn't get it.
What is this? What? How on earth is this the move?
What do you mean?
I have actually, b6 is very tempting. Your idea, Judith, that you mentioned the other position might be
look
also...
at that. Hikaru is completely puzzled. What is this queen d1?
Yeah.
And looking at look, what kind of look he gave to Magnus. Are you serious to play queen d1?
Yes, actually, okay. This b6 and black can never be worse, kind of, is the feeling once again.
I want to ask Nicholas about queen d1, this last move. Was queen d1 a better move than knight d1?
Let's maybe wait for a moment. It seems Hikaru is going to play another move.
So he's leaning towards f6, but f6 would be strange. No, then knight e4 can appear maybe.
But I can say already that queen takes d1 is probably more challenging than knight takes d1.
Wow.
Because if black doesn't play b6 now, he would be worse again.
So b6 is so important.
b6 is important, yes. Queen c8, for example, going after c5 pawn would not lead to an equal position. And queen c8 is so tempting to try and win the c5 pawn to equalize material again, but this is not the way to go.
Well, b6 is a very logical way, energetic way to activate your queen.
Yes.
Though queen c8 is also with the same mindset to activate your queen, but still b6 somehow it keeps the game more fresh. And
Yeah, it's the
opening
Grünfeld
up.
spirit. Yeah, CB, please, then the queen is active, the pawn on a2 is weak, maybe somewhere some b5 idea appears. There are so many dynamic possibilities.
And queen c8.
And Hikaru plays the move queen c8. But this is exactly the move that Magnus had foreseen. I don't know exactly what he wants, I'm not Magnus, but I think by capturing with queen on d1, the first move that you make sure that I'm happy against is queen c8.
Yeah, now it's a big question. Though if black is taking on c5,
Then knight e4
comes with the tempo.
Exactly. That's why I love b6, because it covers the e4 square. Everything is then so dynamic.
And also at some point, maybe bishop a3 can show up, you know?
Okay, move like rook g3. If we don't worry about queen takes c5 because of knight e4, then rook g3 brings us the harmony. It's the only piece that is not participating really yet in the game. No, it should give us stability, rook g3. Queen takes c5, knight e4, if we are happy with this.
Queen c6.
And probably we are happy. Okay, then we trade on g7 again. The knight has to take. We get access to all the dark squares. Maybe even some queen d4 kind of domination. And then rook c3. It looks promising. Oops, I have to make a white move first. So this is the line we discussed, that it looks dangerous. So trade. And for example, queen d4 with perfect control and rook shifting to c3. Looks dangerous, but okay, let's not get carried away. This is the current position. Magnus thinking. Judith, what are your feelings? Now you would be already in the white's camp. The initiative a little bit disappeared.
Well, I like the fact if white can exchange the black square bishops, I'm on white's side more. At the same time, still, yeah, of course, rook g3 seems to be powerful to stabilize the king's side and cover this h3 important square. And the essence of the position is that white is very stable. White will be exchanging the pair of bishops, but I'm not sure what further attack white will be able to bring to the position.
Well, okay, we just wait for black to decide, yeah, how he is reacting, because also he's tied down a bit. Yeah, and the rook g3, we get harmony. White's king can always go to g1 if necessary. Also, sometimes we have seen that king e1 was a good idea as well, depending on the situation. Of course, if the black pawn or if the white pawn on c5 falls, then king on e1 will not feel safe. That's guaranteed, because then all these ideas, like you said, queen a5 appears.
But you know, after rook g3, maybe bishop e5 can be a move, and later on to play f6.
No. Bishop e5.
f4.
With this king on h8, if I play a move like bishop e5 against you, you will just crush me in 2 moves. I want to hold that bishop on g7. No, but what do I do? Yeah, I'm a little bit worried, because maybe I have to go for this queen takes c5, knight e4 position, but it's definitely worse. We don't know how much, but it's not comfortable.
But rook g3 seems to be the best to build up the position.
I don't see any other move. Honestly, everything else is kind of perfectly placed. Maybe Nicholas can tell us that is there something better or not?
Rook g3 is the best move and was just played. There was queen d3, which was interesting, because then you cannot take on c5 due to knight e4 and bishop a3. But this is the human move, activating the rook and just giving back the pawn, going for knight e4, and black is in trouble here.
Yeah, and the game is becoming a rapid game. Yeah, both players are under 20 minutes. It's a super sharp position. We are still under 20 moves. We keep on seeing in freestyle that this 90 minutes classical time content is actually not enough for anything. There are so many challenges in the first couple of moves. And on move 15, basically the players are already in time trouble.
Yeah, this rook g3 is important, that white can activate his rook. Though I still don't see where it will be directed from G3.
Oh, it just stays there.
Just stays there for some time.
Waits for black to make a decision, and the clock is ticking. Hikaru is down to 18 minutes.
So after something like Queen C6, you will be going King G1.
King G1, yeah, exactly. After Queen C1, just King G1, stability, safety.
So you're happy now, Peter, right?
I'm again happy, yes. I'm again team white. But there was this moment, yeah, for two, 3 moves, I would have actually picked black.
Yes, because I think it's very important for black to keep away the knight from E4. And that's why also I wanted to try to go Queen C6, that not only that I want to go Queen
Yes.
H1, but also that Knight E4 is not possible. But I don't know what to do after that.
Okay, for the moment anyway, the bishop is pinned, so I can only play Knight E4 if you pick up my pawn.
No, but you know what I do? I go Queen C6, King G1, F6.
Like this, yeah? Undermining the knight, and now I cannot react with Knight E4.
Yeah.
I need a good move.
Are you going to play H4?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If I don't have anything else, then I
But
will play
Peter
H4.
is not happy playing H4.
Yes, but okay, I have to cement now.
No choice.
I'm cementing. I'm forced to cement.
So I take on G5.
H5.
H takes G5, and now the question is who it benefited this exchange.
Well, you opened up your rook, but on the
Yeah.
other hand, you can never break with F6 anymore.
But still, after Queen C5, Knight E4 comes with a tempo.
Yeah,
right?
that's always the crucial move.
Yeah, the G5 pawn is very stable over there.
I feel that the situation is now again frustrating for Hikaru, that he senses that no way white can play like this. Yeah, this queen takes d1 move should have been punished, but if it's not possible to punish it, then white gets the grip. It makes perfect sense. And we did hear from Nicholas that, according to computer, queen takes d1 was the most challenging move.
Very interesting position. How should black follow up here after rook G3?
He basically needs to take on c5, but this is not a move he wants to play.
Yeah, it's a one-way traffic then. After all, white's only issue is this pin, yeah? And then while capturing back the pawn, it's tempting, it solves white's problem in knight e4.
I'm not sure Hikaru is so happy here again.
No, not anymore.
And he's going down in time. He has only 15 minutes and has to make very serious decisions. What is he going to do with his knight on e8? What is he going to do with his rook on f8?
He's about to pick up the pawn. I feel that he was about to pick up the pawn.
Well, if there is nothing better than that. But of course, after queen c5, we mentioned that sometimes bishop h3 can be also a threat.
Magnus trying to calm down, but he almost reached 100. And for Magnus, standard 100 is very huge. He's normally in his chilling zone like 70, between 70 and 80. Look at this. It touched 100 and it goes further, 102. For Hikaru, 108 is kind of still absolutely normal, but for Magnus, 102 is special.
Is queen c5 going to be standing on the board?
Hikaru is looking nervous.
Yeah, very nervous. Under 14 minutes. And it's move 16.
Well,
it just shows freestyle is a crazy game. It's an amazing game. Fantastic stuff. What kind of challenges the world's best players are faced with, and he's picking up the pawn. He captures. Probably he feels that if I'm anyway worse, I'm not happy, then at least I don't want to be pawned down.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, knight e4 will probably be played quickly.
Yeah, but Magnus is now not at the board. His heart rate still 112, 112.
Well, he ran out.
That helps to raise the heart rate.
Yeah, but it's also kind of a very clever kind of strategy from Hikaru. He knows that now every second, every minute counts. And probably he have seen that Magnus rushed out towards the bathroom. He makes a move, and he will win 1 minute. And it will hit Magnus very badly, that he knows that against queen c5 I'm blitzing out the move knight e4, and it will cost him 1.5 minutes.
So just to illustrate this bishop a3 idea, if knight e4, queen d5.
Yes.
Then white can trade. And then play the knight back to c3.
Wow. And then the bishop moves back for it, and then bishop a3.
Yeah, bishop takes a2, or bishop, yes, doesn't matter, but
the rook is trapped.
The rook is trapped. This is an important detail.
And you can never really believe that you get away with this on the long diagonal. I'm guessing this is just a matter of time you get checkmated. So this is not the way. Well, yeah, so, okay, after knight e4, we are expecting a move like queen c6. I'm believing that that's the move hitting the knight, and then I don't have to worry about all this.
Hikaru is not happy.
No, not happy at all.
No walking around this time.
He's very professional. He uses those 1-2 extra minutes that Magnus is away from the board, and he knows that it will bother Magnus. It will bother him that I'm blitzing out the move knight e4 and it cost me 2 minutes.
Or maybe even more. He's not back at the board yet.
On the other hand, he probably felt that things are heating up, we are getting into time trouble. I might not really have the chance to go to the bathroom in the next 1 hour. Yeah, and Magnus is rushing back.
Queen c5 on the board. Let's see how fast Magnus will be blitzing out or not the move knight e4. Is there anything else which he can consider?
Well, he's also trying to calm himself down, not to blunder or rush with any decision, but clearly knight e4 will be played. He looked at the clock. He just looked at the clock. How much time did I lose by not being at the board? And he noticed it was at least 2 minutes. It hurts.
Actually, his heart rate is going down.
Yeah, he's trying to calm down.
Interesting that he's not going knight e4 so fast.
We expected knight
but
e4.
But he will play knight e4, yes.
There we go.
No, it just also when you are away from the board and you lost 2 minutes, then if you suddenly rush and blunder something, this will cost you the match and the final and everything what you have worked for throughout these 7 days already. So yeah, he double-checked it. He opted for knight e4. After all, he's cashing in the 30 seconds increment. So that's why he does not need to rush. He has to make good moves.
So where to go with the queen? What about queen b4?
Trying to control the d4 square. Makes sense.
And also if you give me the possibility... Well, anyway, queen on b4 is kind of
avoiding queen
well.
d4, because yeah, after queen c6 we discussed, yeah, takes, queen d4 was somehow unpleasant. White was getting the coordination, and also yeah, hitting the knight on e4. Yeah, queen b4 is a very good move. Seemingly, at least it puts some question. I don't know how much is happening after bishop g7, knight g7, knight f6. Yeah, that I'm having those knight on h6 and f6. Whenever knight f7 will happen, it's a checkmate, but this f7 pawn is double protected by the rook and the bishop. Is that a possibility? Because somewhere to use this rook h3 is rook sacrifice. Bishop h3, knight f7, rook f7, and then mate on the back rank or threaten with queen h7. There are some ideas with knight on h6 just to illustrate that. For example, queen b4 takes knight f6, and whenever there will be a knight f7 move, it's a checkmate. Also, it's a checkmate after if the queen would not control the f8 square. That I was highlighting, of course, now rook h3 is bad because bishop h3 is a check, but just in case in the future, rook h3 followed by knight takes f7 check, and then rook takes h7 checkmate. If the bishop takes the rook and it's not a check, then maybe knight takes f7, or a stunning queen d8, rook d8, knight f7 a la Arjun Erigaisi. Clearly, the queen will be activated from black, and then white's king will get into mating net before. But just highlighting that those knights are special. And Hikaru goes for queen d5.
Queen d5, wow.
He goes for the endgame.
Wow.
But wait a second, this was the line that we discussed. Takes knight c3, and the move that Judith highlighted, that somewhere there might be a bishop a3.
Well, this can be very dangerous for black.
He needs to sacrifice the exchange then.
Wow.
Take on a2, bring the bishop back to c4, but black is holding, still in the game, holding on by a thread.
Okay, let me show this line that Nicholas highlighted. So black actually has to take on a2, so that after bishop a3 he will have the chance of giving up the rook and then rely on the power of the two bishops, plus if black's knight gets to d6 and he starts pushing his pawns, he can be better. So white has to be very energetic. White cannot lean back that I'm exchange up, thank you very much.
Well, I'm not sure at first sight we would be choosing this with white.
Exactly. It's a very scary kind. If computer doesn't tell you that this is good, you might just dismiss it, that this is contraplay, it's out of control.
And do we have to believe the computer so much?
No, we should not. So it means queen d5 is a clever move. It means it's a clever move, and I'm not even sure that Magnus will go exchange hunting. He might want to keep the control, trade the queens, take on g7, play then with knight c3, try to play rook d3, but then black is out of big danger.
He can trade and play knight f6. This is the alternative.
And to box like this. Yeah, that's enough. But wait a Oh, let me just very quick, because there is this knight takes f7 stunner. I just wanted to kind of think about this position, that what happens if I take, and after rook a7 I go bishop c4, rook a7, bishop a6, trapping the rook, but there is some knight takes f7 trick. That's what my brain suddenly so computer says.
But you know it's not good, because
this
king
is not
g8.
good. Yes, and knight h6, you go
King
back to
h8.
h8, and you can't hold on to the pawn. But just fascinating human kind of thinking, yeah, that what goes through our minds once we see a direction.
This looks like a very relevant line, honestly.
Yeah, humanly speaking, very relevant. Yeah.
Absolutely. Because you have your rook trapped on the a7.
Exactly. But also, and then, yeah, you can, because it's not a mate, you can just move away the rook and give the f7 pawn and then bring the king to f8. And
but can we go back to that position?
Okay, I want to stay here. It's too far away. Yeah, then the audience might think like correctly that why are we thinking about two deep lines when the players are trying to make the decision right here?
So now it's a very critical moment for white, whether should he be taking a knight c3, which leads to an exchange up, where black has some compensation with two passed pawns on the queen side, and the bishop pair. Is that good enough for black for compensation? Or the other question is to capture the queen and knight f6, boxing in the h8 king. And what else is possible?
Queen b1 or queen c2? He doesn't have to trade, apparently. But this seems difficult to play.
And what happens after queen c2, queen a2?
Exactly. Humanly speaking, it's not obvious.
No, this will not happen.
No, taking on d5, yeah, Magnus opts for it, and this is the moment of truth. That will he try to play for domination with knight f6, or is he going for this knight c3, bishop a3, because clearly he spots, and he goes for the domination.
Of course, this is his move.
But wait a second, then how is white, yeah, we are getting soon closer to that position that we are so intrigued and we want to check out, to have a closer look, because it's such a fascinating position.
Well, can black do anything else? Not really.
Well, I feel that if the white pawn moves to a3 or something, then it will be just a horrible construction. So I have to go after this a2 pawn, humanly speaking.
But I don't need to take the bishop anyway, yeah? On f6. But maybe I'm just too boxed in.
But then how you play against this trap duke, or you just don't take on a7, you play for other compensation or domination?
No, you can take on a7. This is actually winning for white.
Ah, it's winning for
Yes,
white.
yes.
Wow, okay, but it...
Well, you don't rush with knight f7, I guess. You
Yes.
just move away with the king.
Yeah, so that against rook e8 you can always play e3, otherwise...
Yes, because the thing is
pawn.
that black cannot come with the rook. So you can do anything you want, because it's checkmate on a8.
Yes, no, of course. Yes, this is,
So that's
this
the
is the
thing,
problem. Yeah, that's the problem.
Black cannot activate at all.
But it's so difficult to evaluate all these things. But okay, I spotted this in a couple of seconds, so Magnus probably spotted it like 10 minutes ago. and Hikaru.
Not
yeah,
happy.
and Hikaru is also thinking about this trap look on a7. Where does this lead us?
He needs to trade on f6 for sure. But then the follow-up is
one time for sure to open up the rook, but then what to do? Rook c8, is that a move? Knight f6, bishop f6, rook c8.
He's not
settling rook c1, checkmate.
That makes a lot of sense.
Just saying, yeah, it's humanly natural. Yeah, knight f6, bishop f6, and then rook c8, activate the rook.
But king e1.
Yes, that's a very unpleasant one.
You just have massive problems with the king. You always have to worry for checkmates on the back rank. And you never get out of this. Yes? You just never get out of it.
Well, I guess the question is whether can you capture on f6, bishop f6, you go rook c8, let's say.
King e1.
And can you push the pawns, keeping the bishop on e6 and try to look for counter chance with your passed pawns?
With b5 or?
Mm-hmm.
With b5. Well, I get some rook a3 business. Can I get in, like rook a3?
Yeah.
I stop the pawn.
Rook a8.
Rook a8?
Well, what can I do?
Wow, that's a sad move. That's a sad. Then I might play rook a6. I'm just invading.
Yeah, I'm
trying
not
to put
happy.
a3. The king is coming and the box is box. The box is on. Wow. So Magnus masterfully judging all these subtleties, and Hikaru down to 9 minutes on the clock. He needs to make a decision. He's going after the a2 pawn. One way or another, I think he will take that pawn.
I think practically this is close to lost already.
This current position?
Yes, practically
Wow.
to defend this is incredibly hard. The computer wants to take on f6 and play a5.
Wow, so Judith's idea, but not to include rook c8 king, which is also very counterintuitive, not to include rook c8.
Very
Look
upset.
at Hikaru. He knows this is super dangerous now for him.
Yeah, he thought like queen takes d1. You remember his look at Magnus. What are you doing?
Yes.
How is this possible? At that moment, he was sure that he had enough counterplay, but he ended up in a very bad endgame.
Very unhappy with his position. Hikaru is going down to 8 minutes shortly. And this is not going to help him. Very upsetting king setup for black on h8. It will
Maybe
not be able to move.
what he can try is to take on f6, take on a2, play bishop c4, and rook takes a7. That's what he's going to do.
No,
And
he
rook
takes
e8.
immediately.
Yes, it doesn't
It's
matter.
the same, yeah?
It is the same, yes. It is
Yeah,
the same.
it was clear that he will take the pawn. The computer doesn't like it, but humanly speaking, this was the only move that you feel that this
So what
can help
Nicholas
you.
wanted to highlight, rook a3,
Yes.
bishop c4, Rook a7, knight f6, bishop f6, rook e8.
Wow, going after the e2 pawn.
And then rook takes b7 and can take on e2, bring the bishop back. And the question is, can black hold or not?
Maybe he can. Okay, white plays a move like king g3, and okay, it can go on forever.
Yes.
It's an eternal Paketovic, but I don't know if we can really win it. Okay, all eyes back to bishop takes a2. We have shown the so-called model line, what probably Hikaru is going for.
Exciting.
I think this will be on the board.
Yeah.
There are not really many alternatives for white or black.
And let's just dismiss this question mark. This is total nonsense. This question mark.
If the endgame is lost, then yes, it is a question mark, but it is understandable.
Yes. Basically, black had to go for it. It's the only chance. Otherwise, he cannot navigate. Yeah, rook a3 played. Bishop c3, bishop c4 will be blitzed out, obviously. No, bishop e6. Where is this bishop going?
Maybe he wants to go rook b8 after all. After rook a7, takes on f6, takes rook b8.
Takes everything rook b8, yeah, but you can never really push the b pawn.
Why not?
Well, then f7 is falling.
Well, but that's not that.
Okay, because I think with king e1 I will be in time to get my king
yes,
to b1
because you
in
have
front
your
of the
e2 pawn.
Yes. It's of course also a very logical human way of thinking, yeah, that okay, rook takes a7, I'm going to take on f6, let's even put it on...
Is he going to take on f6, not playing knight d6?
Yeah, that's another kind of
because
question.
bishop a3.
Then bishop a3 and this knight takes f7 business appears. It's checkmate.
And
well,
after,
also rook a8 is checkmate.
But after bishop d3, we have knight d6 on the
Did
board.
he just play knight d6? Yes.
Bishop a3, knight b5.
Bishop a3, knight b5.
Bishop f8, knight a7.
So yeah, Hikaru just felt like, no way I'm going to take on f6 and allow this complete box, then I have no activity whatsoever. He wants to use his knight to jump and create chaos. Wow, clock situation. 12 against 9 with 30 seconds increment. Okay, basically the players have to play the position, forget about the clock. The 30 seconds in this endgame is enough time to navigate if any of the players make a mistake.
Well, it is kind of understandable that Hikaru did not want to enter into that.
And Magnus plays f3. The best move, I think, according to the computer. A very quiet little move, just making sure, creating the loft, getting perfect control. The king can move up to f2. Black is maybe in kind of a Zugzwang situation long terms.
Yeah, these are very annoying moves. f3, king f2.
To h4, yeah, just protecting.
Improving the position, getting ready whenever there is an action.
Very frustrating. Because actually nothing really moves. Rook b8 always runs into bishop e5. That will be a nasty pin, maybe winning the game on the spot. So, where is the activity that Hikaru was hoping for?
Well, maybe for the moment he goes rook c8.
Rook c8, yeah. But again, then king, this f3 was beautiful. Yeah? White's king is in no danger whatsoever. On the board, rook c8 played.
Yeah, it's the problem is for black that he cannot get out of the box. At the same time, I'm asking, can black go knight f5 at some point?
Trying to challenge that monster knight on h6.
Well, white plays e4.
When, now?
No.
Wow. Okay, but that's not an easy move to open up white's king, but if it's possible, then of course it takes away all these knight f5 possibilities.
But king f2 would be kind of
the logical follow-up.
The logical follow-up,
Exactly.
just to squeeze it, grind it, as Magnus usually doing.
Yes.
Now, if you allow knight f5, black is back.
Wow. So this is so
But
important.
I assume this was also his point behind f3, that he wants to control that square, preparing e4.
Well, okay, f3 was a multi-purpose move then. Yeah, creating luft for the king, getting ready for e4.
e4 is the only winning move now for white, in fact.
Ah, but it's winning, yeah?
It is winning, yes.
But Magnus doesn't know that it's winning, yeah? He might think like, okay, e4 is interesting, but it weakens my king too much. I think it will be very impressive if Magnus plays e4. Then again, it just shows that what a brilliant player he is, because we know that he's brilliant, but when things look like I'm controlling everything, I don't want to give any counterplay for my opponent. And then playing a counterintuitive move, weakening the king, just to make sure that knight f5 is the only move that I have to stop. That's, I think, 2800 plus level.
Well, obviously we are into this game of the finals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, second leg in Paris. At the same time, there are other games running. Maybe we go for bird's eye view for just a very short time.
Well, yeah. I felt already the last half an hour I was thinking about should we, because there is still this Abdusattorov Nepomniachtchi game. It's completely crazy, completely wild. It would be the game of the day, or maybe even game of the tournament, if not for this Magnus Hikaru action. Yeah, there is so much tension there.
Just a small look around here. It seems like Maxime is in trouble because he's behind an exchange. So we'll see how Arjun will be technically able to solve this problem, that how he will be converting his advantage.
Yeah, he should be able to.
It shouldn't be very difficult, but technically, of course, Maxime will be fighting it out. At the same time, Nepomniachtchi also has a great position. He's actually winning with queen up.
Queen bishop against two rooks. Yeah, that was a completely wild game. Nepo going for it with sacrificing the piece, then Nodirbek sacrificed his queen. I felt like you just cannot even evaluate the position. Magnus plays bishop e5. He's human. He's human after all. This e4 move, I felt like I would never ever in my life would be able to play a move like e4 here. It's also nice to see Magnus not going for it.
I think generally it is possible to play e4, but you have to understand that you're really afraid of knight f5, right?
Yeah, well,
so
or if somebody tells you that according to computer you can make a move that you would never play otherwise, then you instantly say, then e4 is the move. Yeah, that's how you get to e4. Bishop e5, and why is this bad? It looks good enough. The b7 pawn will be falling. I will be squeezing. I'm clearly better, and who would have thought that white is winning?
Yeah, let's go back to the game, Carlsen Nakamura.
Just one word about the Keymer game, that it seems like it's pretty equally shanned and it will be a draw. It is a tough match and the players are playing for the third place, which is a very important spot in the event, because who is going to be third is going to be qualifying for the next leg of the Grand Slam, which is very important for the players. So there is a lot at stake as well, but the position is not so exciting.
Yes.
And most likely the first game of their match will be a draw. So let's move back to Magnus's game with Hikaru, because there is a move made bishop e5, which is not the best. Let's see what Magnus has in mind. And knight f5 is on the board.
On the board.
Only chance.
Yeah, only chance. So 7 minutes versus 9. Knight f5, we will be seeing some 4 versus 3 grind. That's what's going to happen.
And finally, the black king will get out of the box.
Yeah, actually, you take gf or you take gf, I think. Yeah, that's the move that I think it's so easy to miss, that after knight f5, black is not recapturing with the bishop, which looks so much more natural, but g takes f5 and then trying to hope for h6 and eventually a luft for black's king.
Yeah, it seems that Hikaru found a very unexpected idea, because when he played knight d6, just at that moment it worked because the bishop a3 pin was not working because of knight b5 double attack. And it was not only the knight is not going to b5 direction, it also goes to f5 direction, which I think was underestimated by Magnus, how strong it can be. And the main idea, as Nicholas said, the black king is going to be coming out of the box. And Hikaru was giving some face expressions which gave the information that he was not happy with his position before, but I think now he has hopes that I'm strong in defense. I have a very strong skill there. Of course, against Magnus, it's not easy. We are entering into a shorter time period of the game. But of course, he knows it, that he might be sitting there for another 50 moves, even if he can make a draw. And now the big moment.
Yes.
Will he take g takes f5?
That's a very tough decision, but g takes f5 is much better than bishop f5. I think by elimination purposes, Hikaru will take with a pawn.
Yeah, it seems like g takes f5 stops the possibility for white's pawn march e4, f4, and for later f5. At the same time, one might be worried about h-pawn push, h4, h5 later. But the question is, how is it possible to break up the position of black? And it's different color bishop, because bishop f6 will be on the board.
Yes, so tough. It's extremely tough. And yeah, Hikaru is shaking his head that, how do I make a decision? How do I know that, how should I take? I also believe that intuition cannot really help you here, because this isn't a position that we have ever seen before. This construction is very special.
The point is with g takes f5, you open up the square g6 for the king later, so you don't have to worry so much about the king anymore if you can play h6 and then take on f6 and move your king up.
Yeah, but you can still get checkmated with rook h6, so you have to be also in time to play f4, king f5, continue the evacuation zone, but it's
big
so
moment.
difficult.
Very big moment.
And he takes
and
with
he
the
takes
bishop.
with the bishop.
Yes, he's not happy. He sensed that gf5 is maybe interesting, but it was just no way that you can really understand this in a practical game.
It was an incredible, difficult moment for Hikaru, which one to take with.
He plays the more solid option, but this one is kind of an eternal box. But what he's signaling that, all right, it's a horrible position, but how are you going to break? The feeling is that there should be a way.
And it's not easy to play this game out with black against Magnus. You have a pawn down, they're squeezing. Your king is on h8, you cannot come out from the box really. And how to make ease on the black's position. Eventually he will have to take bishop f6, takes, and king g8. And then the big question is, how white will be able to break through?
You think with black you would go for this, for bishop f6? If, for example, I'm threatening to remove my king would be on f4, and I'm threatening to remove my knight to knight e4, and you are not able to trade your light square bishop for my knight, then do you prefer that endgame, or would you prefer on taking on f6? I think that's a very tough question again.
It's a very tough question indeed, but I have to take a look how white can make any progress, by the way.
Yes, but but you don't have too much time, and that's why these are not just moves. Yeah, you have to make
I would take on f6.
Concessional decisions that you have to kind of foresee 20 moves in advance that where and what will lead where.
But I think if white can bring away the knight and exchange the bishops, there maybe objectively you might say that, no, maybe even you say that I have great chances to defend, but from practical point of view, I think it's just zero chance against Magnus.
Exactly.
Because he will be going around 14 times around the board and eventually hit you.
But now he's also setting up the set of rook h4, which means that he's trying to provoke bishop takes f6 or force bishop takes f6. Then we might be getting that endgame that we talked about. White captures back with the bishop, king g8. Black is completely boxed in, and we'll rely on passive defense, hoping that there won't be a breakthrough. But I don't know, somehow long terms, it would be not correct for chess if a position like this is holdable.
In practical game, I think it is so difficult because you will go down in time, but also once there is going to be this different color bishop, bishop f6, it's like you don't want to play this position, but you don't want to play bishop f6 position. That's for sure, I think. Because white king is going to show up on f6 at some point after moving away the bishop. The rook is going to be there, and then eventually you start pushing and pushing away the e6 bishop and losing stability, so you go e4, f4, f5. And
in the meantime, Nepo has won his fantastic game against Nodirbek. When we will have time, once all the action finishes, I think we have to take a closer look at that. That was just a fantastic game. But of course, Magnus and Hikaru, not just because this is an El Clasico, but what an El Clasico. Yeah, this is like a football match that is like 4-4, and then Magnus again takes the lead 5-4, and Barcelona has to fight back, or Madrid has to fight back. From which angle you want to see it? Just complete craziness.
Very frustrating situation for Hikaru. It's so painful to play this. He goes down already to almost 4 minutes, and from now on he's going to be able to play only with the 30 seconds in every move. We can't say that it's making a big difference, right? Where maybe his best moves will be rook a8, rook c8 in the next 20 moves. Still, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, he has to make this decision. Yeah, that do I take or not, and probably he will have to. Can he play h5? No, he takes. Okay, so he wants to clarify the situation.
Painful bishop f6 was played.
But probably he needs to play h5 sooner or later to give the king some space.
Yes, he's looking at the distance. This is another typical way for chess players when you try to think in a long term, then just staring somewhere and then imagining all the constructions. The problem for Hikaru is that Magnus has all the time in the world. He can simply improve his position, and he doesn't need to make a decision at all. His plan is probably to push h4, h5. That's a very typical kind, because if h4, h5 is played, then after h6, rook h4 wins the game. If you have to play fg, then your construction collapses. So black will have to react against the h4, h5 plan. Rook c5 played. What does it signals us? Because the king is boxed in. There are always mating nets. Hikaru goes king g3. Magnus goes king g3. And keeps on improving the position. I don't think that practically you can hold this. No way.
Well, definitely not great chances at first. I mean, Magnus is going to be grinding this. King g3, what's the idea behind that? Just wanted to put into safety?
Yeah, just improving and driving your opponent crazy. I have all the time in the world. You can go back to c8. What else you can do? Otherwise, you will also get checkmated on the back rank. Horrible situation.
Well, not much to do with black. The question is whether he wants to go h5.
Yes.
Does it help him or it doesn't matter?
Well, at least it stops the h4, h5 plan. He goes h6. He's challenging this. Yeah, please take on h6. Why actually white can. G takes h6, king h7, bishop g7, protect the pawn like this. But maybe Hikaru feels like this is much more of a fortress position because I'm holding to my f7, g6 pawns. The white rook cannot do harm to black's king.
I think white goes rook h4, forcing h5, and then he goes back.
Yeah, that
because eventually, after having the pawn on h5, also the g6 can be vulnerable. And once I have my king on f6, And I play
This
e4,
E4,
f5,
yes.
f5.
Exactly.
It can be decisive.
G takes h6 is the only winning move here, apparently.
You're
he needs to
joking.
take the pawn. No, he needs to. Because otherwise black has improved the position.
But
and
why
can
after
probably
rook
hold.
h4 you go h5? And
Yes.
Wow, but this is very difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if, because rook h4 feels like a much higher class move.
But how do you make progress then if I put my king on h7 and I try to just stay like this? And he takes.
And he takes, yeah. Magnus is Magnus, so he judges that taking is the right way. Wow.
Well, he's 2 pawns up.
Okay, 2
Is
pawns
he
up,
going
but
to go rook f5? But then bishop g7 and rook b8 is a threat.
yes, and once we force black's rook back to the back rank, then we will try to go h4 and somehow to get h5, trade the h pawn for the g pawn, and then the 2 pawn. Yeah, Magnus just goes bishop g7, and he's kind of signaling that I know what I'm doing. Hikaru goes g5, but this allows h4, and then there will be all these connected pass pawns with e4, f4, f5, hitting the bishop on e6.
There's a trap now. h4 would draw due to rook c4.
Ah, that's the trap.
But white can, of
Wow.
course, prepare it.
Yes, white can prepare it, yeah, but it's special because the pawn on e2 is hanging, so
Nice
h4.
trap.
Incredible, yeah, then black plays rook c4. And after rook c4, bishop takes c4, h takes g5, the e2 pawn is hanging. And 3 versus 1, it's a dead draw on the blockade on the light squares. So, yes, the idea is to play h4 at the right moment, but white has to watch out for this.
This position is winning now for white. If Magnus
Rook b8?
is precise, no, he can do many things. Just if he doesn't play h4, yes, rook b8.
So basically he can play, and probably he should play in later stage h4, just
Yes.
for concrete measures. It doesn't
Yes,
work because
exactly.
of the
He
concrete.
he could prepare with e3 and then h4.
But somehow e3 is also such a difficult move. Yeah, weakening the f3 square. White was relying on this e to f3 pawn structure, not an easy move.
This is not over yet. Magnus still has to show precision.
Absolutely. This is just the beginning of this endgame. Absolutely. This is not the end of the game, it's the start of the game.
But Magnus knows it. He knows it that it will be a long game. He has to work for a full point, maybe the same amount of number of moves as he did until this point, because it will be long. But he has a great chance to take the lead in the final mini-match.
If we talk in football terms, then what do we think? That this is like another extra time with 11 players versus 10, and Magnus is also leading with 1 goal. Is that the fair assessment? Or is it like 11 versus 10 but equal scores? I'm trying to understand, yeah, that, for example, how to tell our audience who is not so familiar with chess that, because it's so difficult, it's not winning. Why would it be winning? Maybe it's winning in 30 moves or like this, but you cannot really judge it. It's very abstract kind of situation.
Well, I think leading one and having one extra person on the field.
That's a correct.
Yeah, in Magnus's hand, that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably it's correct. Probably it's correct.
Because objectively, you pointed out, Nicholas, that it's winning.
Mm-hmm. And then already we know that it's a...
E4.
Yeah,
This
E4
is a mistake.
Played. Wow, E4 is a mistake. Allowing some rook? No, what?
So will
what
the
is allowed?
F3 pawn be a serious weakness?
Black can play f5 now.
Wow, that's a shock, because it looked like black is relying on this f7 pawn and bishop on e6 kind of defense. F5
But is
a cold shower.
F5 already saving the game?
Yes.
And he gone for it.
Wow.
Hikaru.
Hikaru is Hikaru.
Why he's one of the best defenders in the world.
We just said that he needs a miracle. We already have understood out of the football term, yeah, that if you are man down and you are score down, in extra time, then you need a miracle, and the miracle might appear thanks to his incredible defensive skills. E4, F5 on the board.
And why did Magnus rush with E4?
Because he completely forgot about this F5. He was probably thinking in general terms that, okay, I'm going to change this G5 pawn with H4 and so on. What a defense by Hikaru.
Yeah, amazing.
Amazing.
Absolutely brilliant defense. Rook B7. Threatening with the discovered check.
Yeah, now every move of Magnus is criticized by the computer.
But maybe now F4?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
F4.
absolutely. Then
Why
white
not?
king will be boxed in.
Wow, wow. Something really unhappy things can be to white, right?
F4 and then rook C2 check.
And then king G6.
Yeah, and then always whenever you give up the H2 pawn, then the rook from behind will protect the H pawn.
Do you want?
Yes.
Do you want a chair? Do you want it? Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, this is a shock. Total shock. If Hikaru escapes, that's insane.
Hikaru's double checking now, but yes, F4, then give checks on C1, C2, and white needs to give up the H2 pawn to even continue the game.
Let's see how it's reacting. Is it going to be F4?
Why not F4?
While Hikaru is thinking, let's welcome our guest. Welcome, Levon. How are you doing here? Are you following closely the game? What are your
yes.
first
I was
thoughts?
actually surprised with Magnus's G-Take H. I thought it was very surprising, but the game is actually very interesting. I mean, from the start.
And objectively, we were looking, the computer says that was the best move, that was the winning move. I also didn't want to take on H6.
Yes.
But what is going on right now here? Because it escalates, and it seems like black
looks
became...
losing for black, no?
It looks like black really became active, but how is he going
What
to be
happens
able...
after king U1?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Rook takes H2.
And you won't tell me that I don't have any like dangerous things, like Bishop F8?
Well, the whole game was dangerous, but now it feels like it's the best that it was.
Wait, so Rook H2, if I go Bishop E5, you play King G6? Aha. Wow. That's how you can survive.
Yeah, because King H6, Rook B6, let's just show, because this is not obvious at all, that... Wow. Did Magnus actually miss this? That Rook H2, Bishop E5 check, King G6 is possible?
Well, it is very easy to miss, I think.
Yeah, very easy to miss.
Yeah, you kind of feel the bishop will go somewhere, and then, yeah, King G6 is hard to believe. That is...
And Hikaru moves the bishop away on A2. He believes Magnus.
Ooh.
He believes Magnus.
This does look
And this
like
is losing.
This looks like
It does not look good.
Wow.
Yeah, Bishop F8 check is possible, no?
Bishop F8, King G6.
And then already...
Rook G7, King F6, Bishop
also
E7.
Also H7,
but,
Rook H2, Rook B2, no? I'm not hitting
But
the...
Peter, just Rook G7, finished.
I just finished.
King F6, Bishop E7.
Ah, yeah, that's it. Wow.
What a miss.
No, but that's sort of, that. I mean, from human perspective,
Yes.
it looked losing, yeah. And Bishop A2 is already like, I don't believe that I have a chance.
Yes, it's a panic move.
Wow,
But he had enough
Rook
time
H2
on the
was a
clock.
draw.
But
Yeah.
he moved away his bishop probably because of Bishop F8, Rook B6. Exactly.
Yes. Didn't realize that it's actually.
He
not
believed
losing.
Magnus. And look at this, how pleased, how happy Magnus is. He knows that, okay, now I'm going to win. And Bishop F8 check on the board.
Yeah, this is too easy, yeah. Yeah, because after Bishop E7 check there, everything falls falls apart. G5, F4 pawns fall apart, and
Yes, yeah, rook G7.
and you cannot go King G8 because of H7, so that's it.
And they both know what are the changes that happened on the board.
That's actually a shocking blunder, but I understand that how hard it should be.
It was an incredible
whole
tough game. They started to go down on time, so
But look at Hikaru's face, he just cannot believe. He might have sensed that when he pushed the F4 check that, wait a second, maybe I have chances to survive. And then all of a sudden it's over.
so Hikaru doesn't know. But
He's in a state of shock. He just cannot believe.
Well, he gave such a great fight in this game. It's so disappointing.
He might have missed this rook G7 check because my line King G6, H7, rook takes H2, rook B2 was not winning due to rook H1 check.
Yes.
And then the bishop can fall back and the pawn on H7 is lost. But 11th rook G7, bishop E7 is the problem.
Maybe he even now realized that rook H2 was possible.
Yes, certainly now he realizes everything. That's how it works with chess.
But I don't think he, I don't think he realizes because rook H2, the visuals were bad.
Yes.
So he's now thinking, where did I go wrong at a certain point? And yeah.
Horrible shock for Hikaru. No, but his body language signaled that he was believing that what he's doing is correct. He wouldn't be shocked like this if...
I think a move like bishop A2 is
a sign.
You
yeah?
know that it's not the move. You kind of feel that there's no way you're going to save your position when you go bishop A2, yeah?
Can he try King H8?
Yeah, and then bishop somewhere, bishop E7.
Yeah, and then check on the diagonal is deadly.
Bishop E7, rook takes H2, bishop takes G5.
Yeah, yeah.
That's too much.
I wonder if we can hear them actually after the game.
You can, yeah.
Yes, we can, yes.
That would be interesting to know if Hikaru actually saw that rook H2 gives him drawing chances.
I'm not sure after the game.
There will be any talk.
He will be in the mood to discuss anything. It is huge frustration, even though that in the last 20 moves, basically it was very clear that he's very much fighting for a draw and on the edge whether he has realistic chances. But then he found them.
And one move to throw it all away.
And Magnus knows it, that I have the victory in my hands.
Yeah, now there is no hope.
He goes down on time and probably he will be blitzing out the rest of the game because he understands that maybe there is the only chance if Magnus will be also playing too fast. Question is, can he misplay this position?
No, he can't.
It's automatic.
Yes.
And Fabi is almost winning.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous situation for Vincent with his knight far away, but we will deal with this if Magnus's game is over.
15 seconds for Hikaru.
Yeah, I think he's going to resign.
Yeah.
No, he will play some more moves.
I don't think so.
No, now it seems like he goes down in time. And
Well, he's just losing it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he resigns. Wow.
Rook H2, yes. Magnus saw it.
Oh, I thought actually in the game of... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Hikaru just realized.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Magnus told him that
Magnus
rook
told him.
H2 was a possibility, which is quite painful enough to lose the game, and then your opponent tells you that, well, actually rook H2 2 moves ago. one move ago.
Oh,
The
no.
last move. He had a draw with Rook H2. Unbelievable outcome of that game.
Wow, and craziness is happening in Vincent's Caruana game. Vincent gets a chance, he sacrifices the piece. Because otherwise the knight on d8 was lost anyway. The computer says that there are some chances.
Well, let's select our game of the last game of today. The players, Vincent and Fabiano,
King
they are
H6,
playing for
bishop
third
E6,
place.
huh?
Mm-hmm.
King E6, bishop E6, rook E3, bishop B3. Well, it's known that if you exchange the queens, then it's a draw.
Oh, this is known, yeah?
Yes.
This 3 versus 2
Yes, it's a
with
draw.
f2 pawn is a draw,
Yes.
but 4 versus 3,
4
Well-
versus 3 is probably winning. Yeah?
who knows, yes.
So actually, I thought that Fabiano had a better choice. I thought that like rook.
But okay, they are down to seconds, yeah? It's
Rook
impossible
D7
to
was
be super
better,
precise.
Yeah, I actually think that this is survivable.
Yeah, Vincent takes on e6. They should be survivable, yes.
So black
Yeah,
takes
rook
on E3.
E3, bishop B3, rook B3, and then queen. Let's say queen E4, and then I'll start.
But the big question, does Vincent know that this is a chance or it's serious or not? Yeah, because
Well, you're his coach. You should know it.
Yeah, but Arshak is the expert of this endgame, and I'm not sure that it was ever told to Vincent.
Arshak kept some tricks to himself. Huh?
For the Armenian national team, yes?
Yes. I'm thinking maybe bishop E5. Ah, okay, he took, yeah.
This is Arshak's territory.
Yeah, so let's say queen E4 or something, and then I'm a sitting duck.
Yeah, if the rooks are exchanged, it's an automatic draw.
Yes.
I think,
If
yes.
the rooks and the queens are exchanged, so I can play, let's say, maybe queen C6.
But he goes queen f7. This is the wrong direction. It's a wrong sign. Like he doesn't know what he can trade or what not. He's just playing randomly the position.
Well, I think queen E4 maybe didn't like bishop E5 or something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have played maybe a little bit more precisely, but it's all the same. I mean, queen C8 maybe was the most precise, yeah, to try to threaten queen C1 check.
Yeah, but this is the question: that does he know where to go?
Yeah, the reason why it is a draw is because the H1 square is white.
Yes, it's
for,
the wrong.
for the amateurs, we should tell that.
So the rook bishop versus rook, it's a draw.
Yes.
But if we don't have the rooks, it's also a draw. Queen,
Yes.
queen with the bishop. And the big question is, what is this? Included the rooks, right? And the queens.
And the queens.
No
yes.
table basis for this one.
Yeah, basically any trade of the queen or the rooks helps white.
I think Fabi realizes it. And I don't think Vincent is in despair. He doesn't look too
No.
worried.
He doesn't look worried at all.
Because he was much more worrying before, I felt.
That he might not get a chance to fight, yeah?
Yes.
This is now classical chess position, yeah?
I don't know.
It's
What do you
pure
play on queen
chess
a2?
education.
I like queen a2
Queen
and rook
e4.
f7.
Ah, you want to say play rook b2, yeah? Aha, okay. So let me play, let's say, queen f3. You did.
On which position?
On queen a2, queen f3. Rook f7,
rook f7,
rook e2.
queen e2, rook e2.
Rook e2, queen to e4.
Yes, once we get rook e2, queen e4, then we are very solid.
And there is no pressure for me. I mean, I
Me
have no
too.
other desires than just to exchange something.
Well, they will be playing out for quite some moves.
I expect a rook bishop against rook at some point.
Well, that's another 30 moves from here, or 40 moves from here, right?
Maybe even closer.
Yeah, queen e4 played. Simply Vincent doesn't believe in this queen f3, rook f7, rook e2, but this is
also fine.
This is fine.
Yeah, rook b2, queen f3. What's the big deal?
And yeah, bishop d4 is never possible, yeah, because of...
No, the queens will get
counter-attack.
exchanged very soon. Because I would rather exchange queens than the rooks, if I were black. No? With rooks?
Well, or you try to hide all these pieces in your pocket. No?
cannot.
Yes, just hide them, yes?
No, but black has rook f7 and queen a7 and bishop d4.
Yes, exactly. This is what I'm worried of, that what happens if what he was rook b2?
Ah, yes, actually, you guys were right. This queen a7, bishop d4 is extremely nasty.
Yes.
Oh.
That's why with all the pieces on the board, it's tricky. But rook b2, queen f3, queen a7, setting up this idea.
And after rook e2, he goes back, rook b7.
Should try to be in time with white, yeah?
Yeah, intuitively with black, actually, we just, even if we know nothing about the position, we don't want to trade pieces, no?
But I can go rook e6 with white now. Bishop d4, queen e4.
Yeah, I was just looking, but queen rook f2.
King h3.
And bishop f6.
Oh.
I was just calculating that.
Why would you do that? That's mean.
Yeah, so the line was rook e6, bishop d4, queen e4, rook f2 check, king h3, and seemingly there is a threat of queen takes g6 and rook e7 check, but black can fall back with the bishop to f6, guarding the 6th rank and taking away the e7 square as well.
Yeah, bishop d4 is there.
Black's idea is to somehow triple attack the pawn on f2 and force it to advance. Once it advances, then white's defense collapses. Yeah, that's the problem.
I need to be ready with some rook f3 at some point. So I should go rook e2, rook b7, let's say queen d5. Now bishop, rook d7.
Rook d7, I first hit you, yeah.
And if I play queen e4 first? Rook f7, rook e3.
Bishop d4.
Rook f3.
Bishop takes f2.
You guys are
There is always something.
So mean, you guys.
Well, because we are not a believer here that this is a fortress. With all these pieces, this is looking different. So the line was, what was your line? Queen e4? I mean, rook e2.
Rook b7.
Rook b7, queen e4. Rook f7.
Maybe we can make the moves.
Yes, rook e2, rook b7, queen e4, rook f7. No, yes, rook e3, bishop d4, rook f3, bishop takes f2. That was one of the problematic lines. And all of a sudden, everything protects back. So back to the current position. White to move Vincent's clock is ticking down to 30 seconds. He had more than 2 minutes 30, so for more than 2 minutes he's thinking. Very difficult.
How tricky it is, right? That if we would take off the queens, it's a draw. If we would take the rooks off, it's a draw. And just because there is queens and the rooks, there is this setup to be bishop d4 and...
Yeah, you should probably go rook b7, some move like queen e4. Aha!
Rook b1. So Fabi goes for this queen a1, but queen a1, rook g1, king h2. This is not a checkmate.
Yeah, this is nothing.
This is nothing to worry about. Do we have time for rook e6, queen e4?
Rook e6. Vámonos.
Rook e6, queen e4. Is that a possibility? And also the rook on b1 is
I don't think Vincent would be worried about rook b1. Rook b1 is not type of a move that is.
Well, rook e6, black can go back rook b2, right?
Yeah, he can go back, yeah. So down to 10 seconds, he plays queen e4.
He wants to regroup it, rook e3, rook f3?
Yes, yes. I think he has more precise ideas. Queen a1, king h2. Show me the money.
Because rook h1 is a threat.
Yeah. Maybe it's not a threat, but just in case. Arshak would approve.
Well, actually, what is amazing that today we get two incredibly instructive classical endgames, yeah, which can be placed in Dvoretsky's endgame manual and so on. We are going to be much wiser after these games than before we started the day.
But guys, after King H2, Rook G1.
What, Rook G1, King H... you mean that now Rook H1 is a threat?
Now Rook H1 is a threat.
Rook H1 is a threat.
So Levon said King H2. King H2, Rook G1. Then I want to go Queen F1.
Okay, and
then what
if I play like Rook D2? What's the big deal?
Queen F1.
Queen F3?
King H2 question mark?
No, it's not a mistake.
Yeah, it was the only move, no? Rook H1
no, it wasn't. Rook D2 was probably stronger.
Yeah, but okay, good luck with 30 seconds.
Just
Rook
ignoring
D2.
Rook H1.
Yeah, but then you need to calculate Rook E1.
Exactly,
You don't want to
millions
do
of
that.
things, yeah. King H2 is the systematic move.
Rook C1. Playing for the nerves.
Yeah, he's just waiting.
Okay, Queen D5 or...
Yeah, but Queen on E4 is so nice, we don't really want to move it. And the Rook D2 is possible or not?
It is. Rook
Why not
E1, Rook E2. Yeah.
Sorry?
Rook E1, Rook
Then
E2.
Rook E2. Then back. And I signal you just played Rook C1. Queen F3 played. I like that with Rook D2, with Rook D6 threat, maybe I'm provoking some trade, but of course it will never happen. But just in case. Queen F3, nerve-wracking.
I think he needs to go for the Queen A7, Rook C7 plan.
But I don't think he found it. That's not an easy plan to find.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's trying to combine these first rank, back rank issues with activity. I think everybody in the world can enjoy this game apart of me because everybody is learning what I'm rooting for. Vincent, my heart is, you know, yeah, how I feel about it.
But it seems like Vincent is kind of sure of himself.
Well, sure that he's not getting checkmated yet and
No,
he's in the game.
because it was much worse, yeah?
It was worse.
It was
yeah.
lost.
It was so much worse. Now he has a glimmer of hope.
Well, more than that. Objectively, it is holdable.
Okay, objectively, but we're down to 30 seconds. How can we even think about objectivity?
Yes.
Fabi can go around for 100 moves and, okay, all it needs is one mistake, one inaccuracy, and we lose the game. Queen H1, I don't like this move at all.
It's way too passive, yeah?
It's way too. It shows that Vincent is bothered by this first rank, but he wants to kick the queen away. But
now again, Queen A7 is strong.
Yeah, the coordination is lost.
Yeah, it was not needed.
Queen A6 is the more natural one. I was also thinking about Queen A6, but now Vincent will come back with a Queen to E4. I'm guessing.
What do you think, guys? What's the probability, of holding this position with this time?
I'm skeptical.
I think about 30-40%.
Uh-huh.
I would say 15.
Yeah,
No.
higher.
What?
No.
You said 15?
15.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say higher than 15.
20.
I like Judith's guess better.
Yeah, so out of 10 games, you will draw 4 and lose 6, yeah?
That sounds about right.
Can you draw?
Well,
4
I'm not
times?
sure I would say the number against Magnus, if Magnus is playing with black.
Aha, so you
Or
want to say
Karpov,
that
let's say.
Fabiano is worse in this type of...
No, I don't know, but psychologically, when you play this game and you play against Karpov or Magnus or some people who are squeezing you until the bitter end.
I actually like this Rook C5 for
And
black.
Rook F5.
Yeah,
because then I can recapture with the G pawn And then I stop all your drawing
But
ideas.
guys, look how tricky Fab is. You lose your setup with the rook and queen, because if queen f3, rook f5, and rook e5. Queen f3 would be losing on the spot.
Yeah, very unpleasant.
Right?
Why is it losing on the spot here?
Because what do you do?
And then I can play rook queen e3, let's say.
Sorry?
Queen, rook f5, queen e3.
Rook e5.
Takes.
Takes,
There's
queen
queen
f1.
f1. There's queen f1.
You don't reach f4. With
So
your
king g2 would have been a solution.
But king g2, then rook e5. You have
Yes,
to know
then
that
this
queen
is
takes
equal.
e5.
Yeah.
But then queen a8 check. Where do you go with the king? That was the problem, because king g1, queen a1 check.
King h2, queen
f1.
f3.
Okay, but that
But then king on e2, yeah?
Yeah, then king on e2, I don't believe. No, that was the problem. Yeah, it
No,
was.
but you have king g1 there.
Queen
king,
a1.
king,
No, king h2.
king h2.
King h2.
Queen
Yeah,
f3,
but
king g1.
It's
Yeah,
difficult.
it's crazy. With 30 seconds on the clock, this is impossible.
Rook e5, king f3.
Why queen f3?
He likes it there. He doesn't like to give up the long diagonal, which is also understandable.
Yeah,
Let's say
he
queen
will.
d3, queen b7.
Yeah, he will always be hanging on to the long diagonal.
Well, still the winning plan for black must be this rook f5, queen a7, bishop d4 setup.
But in this regard also it makes very much sense from White's perspective. Queen e4, rook d2, king g2, I stop your bishop d4. So I
queen
understand.
e4, maybe he has to kind of, play around. Let's say some queen f1, something like this. First
No.
set his rook on f7.
But the thing is, after
queen e2.
no, but hold on. After queen e4, queen a7, and king g2, bishop c3,
Exactly, bishop
Oh.
c3.
and then I push you away and bishop d4,
Not so
Exactly.
fast. Rook e2, bishop d4, queen
queen
e7.
e7.
Not so fast.
But rook f7 first and then, yeah?
Yeah, queen e4.
Well, but
played.
all it takes is to find that idea, which is not that easy, guys.
Queen a5.
No, so far he has not found it, it seems.
Yes, because it's not an easy idea to find.
No.
Yeah, basically so far it seems like Fabi is just playing some random moves because he knows that there is no pressure. He can always come back. He can always reshuffle his pieces. The pressure is on Vincent.
I think he just haven't found the plan.
Well,
he doesn't know that this plan exists, which I also didn't know.
He pushes away the rook from the d file, maybe then.
Exactly. There is a purpose.
So after rook e2, what's the plan?
Queen a7.
Yeah, and then king g2,
Oh.
bishop d4.
No,
If
rook,
he
queen
saw
e7,
that-
rook f7, you have to go back first.
Ah, yes, yes. So we are talking about rook e2, queen a7, king g2, and it's very important first to fall back with the rook, because if bishop d4 is played, then suddenly White can trade the queens, and that's what we want to achieve, and then it is kind of a theoretical draw. So rook e2 played.
3 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
I think Vincent is he sees this position. It's always the case, yeah. When you're defending, you
Exactly.
see.
Yeah,
you
what
see
is the danger?
Yeah. When you're attacking, you don't really see it. Yeah.
So the position is winning for black?
Yes. Queen a7, rook f7, then bishop d4, and it's just you cannot defend all of the threats. And once you push f4, it's finished. Then
Then you move around.
Then
with
it's
the rook.
lost, yeah. Then it's
Heart rates are going up, understandably.
122 versus 122.
What do you think about Magnus's play here in the tournament?
I think he's playing good chess. Yeah. I mean, and you can see visibly he's enjoying it so much.
Did you see his game of today when starting from b4, sacrificing the pawn?
Oh, incredible, yeah. Looked beautiful, yeah. Oh, it was a very good game.
Very impressive ideas, even
Yes.
though there were some moment where he went wrong. I don't know, did you see the moment where he could play bishop h6 after bishop g7?
Yes, but...
What was your impression? Would you
I
play
wasn't
bishop
so
h6?
sure. Actually, I liked what he did. He's more kind of precise, feeling more control, you know? And also, I saw this moment where the computer was Also in the end game. He was not suggesting to put this knight on f6, yeah?
But it was
h6,
so
knight,
nice.
knight. But it's so natural. Bishop f6, pawn g5, come on. The king is forever there, yeah?
The players are repeating just to get some extra seconds. And yeah, Fabi goes back with the rook to f7. That's the first step in the absolutely right direction.
And maybe he sees it. Now,
yeah,
probably
definitely.
he sees it.
Yeah, now the pressure is on Vincent. I mean, to find a way to fight.
Yes, how to fight, how to defend this pawn.
Actually, this game is incredibly important for theoretical understanding of this
Yes.
endgame. Now that we know that there is this idea of bishop d4.
And he did it.
Yes.
He made it.
I think Vincent kind of forced him by defending against this first line. I know it was, of course, his task was incredibly difficult, but
yes,
maybe that was the moment to find some counterplay, yeah, for him.
So what happens if rook c2, bishop d4, g4?
Yes, the desperado, yeah.
It's a total desperado.
Total desperado.
Well, I have to come up with
Well, and
something.
rook d2, bishop c3, yeah, is the problem.
Rook c2.
And then bishop d4.
You know, you did.
G4.
G4, you know what's the most annoying? Rook e7. At some point, I will
Kicking
push your
the
queen and all your tricks will be gone. But you will have to do some tricks like this. That's the only chance to survive.
Probably.
Because f4 or f3, I don't believe in. I mean, in 1,000 years, this will never be a draw.
Yeah, and after rook e3, bishop d4, rook f3, bishop f2, we said.
Yeah, that was the problem.
Okay, and in that position, after bishop f2, I go rook f7, queen f7, g4.
Yeah, I was also
Vincent
thinking about
goes
it.
g4 now immediately. Total desperado.
Well, now simply queen c5 or queen a5.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Now anything, yeah. And Fabi also, his body language says, now I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, queen c5, yeah. Now every endgame is lost. White was only surviving because this g4 was an option at some point, yeah. How did the knight end up on d8? I didn't see the whole thing. I thought that it's already equal.
Yeah,
but,
no, it was always tricky, always dangerous.
Always tricky, yeah.
Yeah. Even when Konvita was saying equal, but it already felt wrong. Rook e3. Okay, trying to get active, but this will not help.
Well, still, Vincent will be trying to fight.
No, of course, they are trying, but this is a hopeless cause. Yeah, that's the problem. Before he was fighting a cause where there was hope, but now it's hopeless.
Yeah, taking is precise, I think.
Queen g4, probably white will be ready to play rook f3, even on queen d5.
Yes, but then rook f5.
Queen h3.
Aha. Bishop e5?
Or queen e4.
Yeah.
Not very happy.
Yeah, the problem is that before we were relying on fortress, yeah, but now it's not a fortress anymore, so it's just a piece done, and there are no way of eliminating all the pawns. That pawn on g6 is there forever.
Yeah, even some move like queen f5.
Yes,
can be
should
so
be just easily, yeah, winning.
Queen f5, queen d5.
G take f, and then forget about your hopes.
Well, maybe black wants to keep it easier. Can he do it, keeping the
But
queen?
I think the chance lies in for Vincent to play fast. He has to really blitz out and just put pressure.
But okay, there is 30 seconds increment now in this endgame. Right? It's not 10. Exactly.
It's too much.
Rook E2 only move?
Yeah, then Queen D5 check. It's basically game over.
What if I go Rook F3?
Yeah, Rook
Queen
F3
D5.
has to be
H5.
tried.
G5, yeah, G5, sorry.
GH5.
Well, Queen H3 I was still hoping, but still, it's no hope, yeah?
Yeah,
Bishop
probably
H6
no
and
hope.
Zugzwang.
Rook F.
Yeah, we are,
Bishop H6, Zugzwang.
we are pinned. Yeah, Rook E2, Queen D5.
Yeah, they are playing on 1 minute, but White is not be able to hold this game.
And actually, it's such an important game because the third place qualifies for the next event
Yes.
for Las Vegas. And it was said that the first 3 rating guys are also qualifying. And suddenly that Fabi is not number 2, but number 5. I'm not 100% sure about the regulation and who qualifies how and what.
Currently, he would also qualify because Magnus and Hikaru qualify for being in the final, and then Gukesh qualifies as world champion. He would be number 5 on the list after Arjun.
Yeah, but this is already too much mathematics. Yeah? It's not the automatic quality. I'm in or not.
F3. Well, Vincent has to fight. He had to try something.
Yeah, it was clear that he cannot hold forever his pawn on F2.
Actually, it's kind of threatening with H5.
Yeah, Rook F5, I think, is the most precise.
Yeah, it's a
Just to
solid move.
put the block post there. And just Bishop F6. Start attacking the H4.
Exactly. Okay, Fabi goes, okay, the
H5.
problem is it doesn't matter, yeah?
Okay, but H5?
Queen takes. It's also lost.
Yeah, I know.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
It's all lost. It's really not much that White can even hope for.
Yes, but you cannot resign, and you don't want to resign, right? You will have to play. Though it's not much fun to play and fight on.
Yeah, because it's a hopeless fight. That's the problem.
Now Vincent offers a trade of queens. Black can just trade.
But Fabi will not trade. He will go Queen H5. But okay, Queen H5,
Queen H5, Queen G4.
Nothing changes.
Why wouldn't I trade?
You would just trade them?
Why not?
Show confidence.
I would
I'm
go
not
Queen
afraid.
F5 here, actually.
Uh-huh.
I like this Queen F5 idea.
But I like Queen B5. Rook A4 is coming.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
actually,
yes.
he doesn't want to trade. Yeah, he just wants to win on the spot. And he will do that.
He doesn't want to play the long end game and then win it that way. Rook A4 and attacking that H4 pawn.
So can we conclude that the initial position is lost?
Maybe it's lost.
No, it was not lost.
It's not, huh?
No.
But
No,
how
no.
do you defend against those Bishop D4 ideas? What
You
do I
need to be ready to put the rook on the f-file if black wants to play
that's
rook
the
f7.
only way, yeah.
Yeah.
So which means that if White can make a setup queen in E4 and rook on F3, that's a draw? Or you just have to be always ready to adjust your defense?
Maybe
yeah.
because with the rook on f3 and queen on e4, then if black has the queen on a1, rook on b1,
Yeah, I
suddenly
think
then there's some
Vincent,
threats again.
is going to resign now.
Yes, it's pretty soon he will resign.
Well, yesterday Hikaru played a very good game against Vincent. Did you see that game?
Yes. No, it was
What an
excellent.
incredible performance
Yes.
by Hikaru, right?
Yes.
That long castle idea, and then it was a collapse for Vincent.
No, I think what Magnus said, that the generally the level has risen, and I agree. I mean, we started playing much better.
Yes, much better.
And it all started with the final of these two guys that are playing now, which was an incredible final.
Yeah, that was incredible. Yeah,
Yes.
that was.
In Weissenhaus,
Yeah.
the players who played the final, it was these two players.
And Fabi is trying to get his revenge.
Exactly.
He knows now it's about one move away from winning. Yeah, that's why he goes down on the clock. But it's absolutely justified. Yeah, Queen C4 setting up against the H4 pawn.
And Queen F4, he's preparing this.
Yes. King H3, Queen F4. Kind of. White's position is overloaded. Also somewhere some blue K1 ideas might appear.
Yeah, the problem with H5 that Queen H4 wins on the spot, so you can never do anything like that.
Well, then you basically cannot do anything anymore.
So he'll play King G2, I guess.
Queen H4.
Ah, yeah, Queen H4, yeah.
Rook E4. Well, Rook A2 and then Queen C2. And
Or
then
Queen F1.
When? After King G3, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, there are many wins already for black. Rook A2 check is played, King G3. And I have a feeling that after the next move, White will resign.
Yes.
Handshake will happen.
Yeah, Fabi played, he put up a pressure. He played a good game.
Yeah, he got a very good opening. Yeah, Vincent very upset. Because, okay, if he loses this, then how to come back with black?
It's possible.
Against Fabi.
Well, it's just 960.
Yes.
Yes. Just
In
960.
freestyle chess, you have chances.
He's trying to calm himself down, but he's visibly very upset and very nervous.
Well, this is not what he was playing for today.
Yes.
It just happened that way, but let's face it, Fabi is a fantastic player in freestyle as well. And
There is the
victory is
handshake.
on Fabi's side, so he takes the lead in the match. So he's standing super. Tomorrow he plays with the white pieces, game 2. And Vincent will have a must-win situation. What do you think, how much chance he will have? Does it depend a lot on the opening starting position?
Yes, it will be tough, of course, for him, just to get some playable position. Yeah, but definitely more chances than in regular chess. Yeah.
Yeah, we see the players.
How surprised are you folks that 2 games of this grand final, for the 3rd place and for the championship, ended with the result instead of a draw?
Well, I think we are not surprised. We are already expecting non-stop action here, and Magnus with the white piece is always very strong. We hear Fabi interview, yeah?
Yeah, I think we'll get a little later the interview with Fabiano. Well, this was quite an amazing day here in the studio on the games, what we've seen. Levon, what do you think about the finals for tomorrow between Magnus and Hikaru? Hikaru is an incredible player himself.
Yes.
He can bounce back. What can be his strategy? How will he recover?
Well, it was definitely a game that was of very high quality from Magnus. He put up pressure early on. And even though there was a chance for draw for Hikaru, still it was a tough game for him. But tomorrow he's going to be white. And also he will analyze this game and realize that Magnus is not God. He also made mistakes, and after Rook H2 he had a drawing chance. And he's capable of making mistakes, even in good positions. So I think that's going to be his main focus, to keep calm. Because today he was defending well up to a point, and then he lost his cool. and tomorrow he has to push and not lose his cool.
Okay, Levon, thank you very much for being
Thank
here
you.
and commentate together with us and discover the last two games, what was going on. It was a pleasure as always.
Always.
And now we are going to see the brackets, what was happening today. Let's see what everything happened and how unfolded in the 4 matches. And here we see the brackets. Magnus scored a how important game. What a game it was. Fabiano also playing already for the 3rd place, but how important victory he scored against Vincent. And then we see there Erigaisi won with the black pieces against Maxime, just as well as Nepomniachtchi. We have not seen those games. Maybe we can make a wrap up and see those games. Well, maybe Nepo's game, because it was very exciting just to go through very quickly before we show the move of the day.
There was so much action today in the final. It was a great final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura that we had to neglect these other exciting games, also decisive games. By the way, we have now 9 decisive games in a row. Yesterday, 5 decisive games, and today once again. And this was a big fight here between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan sacrificed the pawn early on. The queen was activated. And this looked quite stable and good for white, but black always has some chances to go for the attack. And this is what Nepo does here. Now knight takes b6, some tactics, but Nepo saw that coming, goes for queen g4, queen takes c6, rook e6, and even the computer just changed its mind. Just a moment ago it said white was better, but now it realized on a higher depth that actually black has great attacking chances. And here, knight d4 was played. What a move by Abdusattorov, but not the best move apparently. Knight e3 should have been played. Either case, very complicated, very difficult position to navigate. Knight d4, and now rook e6. No, this was not played. I'm guessing that the queen was taken. Something is wrong here for sure. No, so rook takes d7 must have been played here, I assume. I'm not sure what's going on with the broadcasts here. So so they somehow made it back to. No, I'm confused, guys.
Yeah, I think this is what happened.
This is what happened. Rook b7, bishop c7, rook.
So you're saying rook fe7 was played here? No, this cannot be. So something else must have. So
probably rook b7 immediately.
This is what happened. This is what happened. Okay, and then it transposed to the game, and here now rook b7 was played. All right, bishop c7. And rook b1, king h6, rook takes a7. White sacrificed the queen, but still has some chances here because the bishop is well placed. You have some pawns. But bishop g4, rook a6, and this seems to have been a step in the wrong direction. If white goes rook bb7, then white should have good chance to save this game. Instead, rook a6, bishop f5. Trading this very important defender of the white position, queen takes, and now actually white could just not defend against the black threats. Queen takes e2, and Nepo was just clinical here, not giving Nodirbek any more chances. Queen takes d3, a4. No, this is just coming too late, and in the end, Nepo managed to win this game with the black pieces. Very, very interesting game. Nice attacking game by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Well, it was quite an amazing game, this game. It was ups and downs. We started to look already in the very beginning, the opening phase of the game. Nepo was playing, flashing out the moves very, very fast. It seemed that he does not have the patience, we can say, but the game was spectacular, it seems, with all the ups and downs. So I'm turning to Nicholas and I'm asking, what do you think, what move will you be picking as move of the day?
Judith, thank you. Yes, let's pick the move of the day, and I'm going back to the final between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, and I would like to pick this very moment here. The queens were just traded. White had a choice where to move the knight, and Magnus went for a very strong strategic concept, playing knight to f6, which boxed in the king on h8, and the king could not return for a long time. In the end, Nakamura was able to free the king, but had to give up some pawns. But knight f6, this concept by Magnus, going for a long-term play against the king and boxed in pieces on the back rank, was very impressive and contributed majorly to his win in the end. So this is my move of the day.
Thank you. And what a day we have witnessed here. The final started today, game 1. And 4 decisive games the players are still playing out for all the top 8 places. But what was the best moment for you, Peter? Final thoughts on today?
Well, actually, the best moment for me was when Hikaru got back. Yeah, this moment, because I was really worried after this very dangerous opening, and Magnus being very energetic with b4, knight takes c5, knight g4, this sensational knight g4 idea that if Magnus goes bishop h6 there instead of d takes c5, then it will be a very one-sided battle, and I don't know how Hikaru will put up any real resistance. So after d takes c5, d5, followed by bishop e6, I was very happy because we got to see a fantastic game, and then also we learned so much about the end game and the emotions, the players, removing the jacket twice by Hikaru, feeling the moment, the heat, and how the players are putting this tremendous fighting spirit. I feel like the game spoke itself, that chess is a fantastic game.
Well, I think definitely the game, what we've seen today in the finals, it is exceptional because it was full of action. Magnus Carlsen was going into the confessional booth frequently enough to entertain us and share his own thoughts. And the thought process, which was really nice, that he projected some of his moves ahead in time. And of course, as you said, Nakamura's defensive skill was incredible, which Magnus pointed out at a very early stage of the game in the confessional booth, that how strong Nakamura is in defense. And he showed his skills, and even in the last move which he made, he could have played a move which could lead to a draw for him. So it is going to be hunting him for today, but we'll see how he's going to bounce back tomorrow in game 2 in the finals. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching us, and we expect you to come back tomorrow because excitement escalates tomorrow, and let's see if the tomorrow day will be also all the games will be decisive. So see you tomorrow, and bye from Paris.
Okay. All right.
Did it?
All right.
Choke on the words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out? You know I'm always worried about if I told you that we could have a better life. Would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be?
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my freestyle chess masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my freestyle chess masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now.